Chapter 149. Lin Tian wielded his long sword and charged through the dozens of beasts. Lightning energy swords slashed out one after another, rumbling loudly. Blue color book **. Roar! A Class 3 beast roared and charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian flipped his hand, slashing out with his sword, cutting off this demonic beast's head. Most of these beasts are ordinary. It's not worth killing them, Lin Tian muttered. After thinking for a while, he looked around and activated the Tiani soul art. He stared at the Class 4 beasts. Kill! With a swing of his sword, Lin Tian rushed out like lightning and pierced through a Class 4 beast's forehead. Soon half an hour passed. On the platform in front of the illusory killing palace, candidates were sent out one after another. Their faces were pale. Not long after, the 19 people who entered with Lin Tiani were all sent out of the illusory killing palace. They were all trembling as they walked away. I wonder how long this Lin Tian can last. He killed Lin Yitong and Xiao Wu. Lin Tian is very strong. He should be able to last for half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank around 100. Outside the illusory killing palace, many people were discussing. Lin Tian had just arrived at the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but he had already killed Ling Yitong from the Ling family and Xiao Wu in the freshman ranking battle. His name had spread throughout the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. There were not many people who did not know him. Within the crowd, a youth's expression was ugly. It was Du Hongxing. Originally, he was the number one in this year's ranking battle, so he should be the one receiving the most attention. However, Lin Tian's appearance had stolen all of his limelight. Now, everyone only remembered Lin Tian. His title as the number one new student had been completely overshadowed by Lin Tian's brilliance. He's obviously someone who doesn't follow the rules, but he's receiving so much attention. I really don't know what he's doing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. Beside him, some of the older disciples immediately distanced themselves from Mu Zixiang. They did not want to have anything to do with this person. Inside the illusory killing palace, Lin Tian wielded a long sword and killed one with each strike. Almost all of the beasts were Class 4 demonic beasts. He activated the Azure Thunder Sword Force to its limit, and used the Heavenly One soul art to quickly sense the level of the demonic beasts around him. As he ran across the wasteland, he searched for Class 4 demonic beasts and waited for an opportunity to strike. Pooh! Another Class 4 demonic beast died under his sword. Soon, 15 minutes had passed. Lin Tian had killed more than 100 demonic beasts, and more than 90% of them were Grade 4 demonic beasts. Gradually, as time passed, Lin Tian felt that his true essence could not support him any longer. At most, I can hold on for a little while longer, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Taking a deep breath, Lin Tian's eyes gleamed as he swung his sword to the left. With a clang, a thunderous sword ray streaked across the sky and beheaded a Class 4 demonic beast. There was already some sweat on Lin Tian's forehead. He raised his hand to wipe it off, but his eyes were still looking around. The long sword in his hand vibrated and flashed with electric arcs. He rushed out again and swung his sword. As he killed a Class 4 demonic beast, he also killed a few Class 2 demonic beasts nearby. Gradually, a quarter of an hour had passed. At this moment, a shocking roar resounded. In the distance, a savage beast that was close to 15 meters tall appeared. Its demonic eyes were red and green, and its body was covered in black scales. It gave off an extremely cold feeling. Middle Class 5 demonic beast, 9 scales jackal. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Slightly sensing the true essence in his body, Lin Tian took a deep breath and the long sword in his hand suddenly vibrated violently. He gathered all of his true essence into the long sword and jumped up. Using the sword of lightning, he rushed towards the 9 scales jackal. Pooh! With a flash of blood, Lin Tian used up all of his true essence and pierced through the 9 scales jackal's throat. At the same time, the 9 scales jackal's claws landed on his body. Coupled with the fact that his true essence was completely depleted, his body started to fade and a strange force appeared beside him. It's time to end it, Lin Tian whispered. In the next moment, a light flashed, and he disappeared from the wasteland. He was transported out of the illusory killing palace. Seeing Lin Tian appear, many people around the illusory killing palace looked over. Almost half an hour. Not bad. He should be able to rank in the 100th place. This result is truly heaven-defying. Not bad. For a freshman, it's really amazing. The crowd was discussing. Mu Zixiang shook his head. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. What's so amazing about that? Ridiculous. In the first round, he lasted 3 hours in the illusory killing palace, which was 3 times longer than Lin Tian. Look, Lin Tian's name is about to appear on the ranking monument. Yes, 59th. It's about what we expected. 59th? Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at the ranking. How is this possible? He didn't even last half an hour. How did he get to 59th? A freshman who just entered the Imperial Courtyard, surpassed half of the inner courtyard disciples? Everyone was stunned. Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes. As expected of brother-in-law. He's amazing. Very strong. In the distance, by the bluestone, Jiyu blinked, her beautiful eyes shining. Jiyu didn't cultivate in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, but she knew many things about the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. As far as she knew, there had never been anyone who could rank 59th in the first round of the competition after entering the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. On the other side, Lun Feng's expression was dark. Deacon Elder. A voice sounded. Mu Zixiang stepped forward and glanced at Lin Tian. He then said to the deacon, "The ranking monument is probably broken. He only lasted half an hour in the illusory killing palace. It's impossible for him to rank 59th. To be fair, please cancel his result and retest." Many people turned to look at Mu Zixiang. That poor scholar is at it again. But this time, what he said makes sense. After all, he only lasted half an hour. That's true. Let's see what the Lord Deacon has to say. Many people stared at Mu Zixiang. After glancing at Lin Tian, Mu Zixiang spoke again. "Deacon Elder, please order him to retest." In the distance, Xian Qingyun was furious. That bastard! Lin Tian had such a heaven-defying result, but Mu Zixiang jumped out and said that the ranking monument was broken. He wanted the Deacon Elder to retest Lin Tian. This made him very angry. In front of the illusory killing palace, the Deacon Elder glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, "Don't worry, the ranking monument is normal." Mu Zixiang frowned. "Impossible. If it's normal, he'll only rank 100th at most. There's no hope for him to enter the top 80. As he spoke, Mu Zixiang's expression became very solemn. "Deacon Elder, please be fair. Don't let others take advantage of you." "Shut up!" The middle-aged deacon coldly glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, "Although he only lasted for less than an hour in the illusory killing palace, in this hour, he practically killed all of the Class 4 demonic beasts. After accumulating the total number of Class 4 demonic beasts killed, his overall score is naturally high. It is normal for him to be ranked 59th. The illusory killing palace of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard was not ordinary. The deacon had a special method to observe the situation of the Imperial Courtyard disciples in the illusory killing palace. Although Lin Tian had not been in the Imperial Courtyard for long, he was quite famous in the Imperial Courtyard. The deacon naturally paid attention to him. What? He only killed Class 4 demonic beasts. Everyone's expression changed when they heard the deacon's words. Many people looked at Lin Tian and could not help but widen their eyes. In the illusory killing palace, demonic beasts covered the sky and covered the earth. The disciples who entered the illusory killing palace would kill any demonic beast that came. Among the demonic beasts, there were not many Class 4 demonic beasts. Most of them were Class 2 and Class 3 demonic beasts. Because the situation the examinees faced was basically the same, people usually judge the examinees' results based on how long they lasted in the Hall of Illusionary Death. However, these people did not expect that Lin Tian would specifically look for Class 4 demonic beasts to kill while facing the demonic beasts in the illusory killing palace. One had to know that this was an extremely exhausting task. Ordinary people would not choose this method. There was no benefit to it at all. Furthermore, Class 4 demonic beasts were very strong and not easy to kill. However, Lin Tian relied on this method to reach the 59th rank on the ranking tablet. This shocked many people to the point that their jaws almost dropped to the ground. Freak! Someone gasped. If he can achieve such a result when he just entered the Imperial Courtyard, he will have no problem entering the King Courtyard in another year. Super freak! At this rate, it is very likely that he will enter the Imperial City billboard in a year's time. Many people were shocked. The deacon looked at Lin Tian with admiration in his eyes and said, Lin Tian, you are in the top 80 on the ranking tablet. According to the rules of the Academy, you can challenge an inner courtyard disciple. If you win, you can replace that person and become an inner courtyard disciple. Of course, if you lose, you will not lose anything. Lin Tian nodded and looked at the ranking tablet. You have 2 hours to choose, the deacon said. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, Lin Tian turned his head and said, I have chosen. So fast? The deacon was surprised, but then he understood and shook his head with a smile. I was shocked by your results and almost forgot. Of course, I don't need to think too much about this. If the disciples in the top 80 wanted to challenge an inner court disciple, then they would naturally choose the person at the end of the inner court. There was no need to hesitate or think about it. After all, challenging the person at the end of the inner court was the easiest and easiest. Quite a number of disciples looked towards the ranking tablet. All of them stared at the 80th ranked name. Lu Qing'er, this lady is usually quite diligent in her training. 6 months ago, she had barely charged into the inner academy. However, this time around, it is likely that she will be in danger. In the Imperial Courtyard, strength is king. This is something that can't be helped. Someone shook his head. In the crowd, Lu Qing'er also came. After all, she was the last one. Although she knew that she could not be on the ranking tablet for the time being and did not participate in the competition for 2 consecutive times, she still came to watch the competition. She was afraid that someone would surpass her in the top 80. At this moment, staring at Lin Tian, her face became very pale. She knew that she would definitely fall out of the inner courtyard. After all, Lin Tian's name had spread throughout the Imperial Courtyard. Moreover, Lin Tian was ranked 59th on the ranking tablet, so his combat strength must be much stronger than hers. It's over. Lu Qing'er murmured, looking a little sad and pitiful. At this moment, on the platform in front of the illusion-killing palace, Lin Tian's voice sounded, I choose Mu Zixiang. Chapter 150. Mu Zixiang? Everyone was stunned when they heard Lin Tian's voice. Why would he choose Mu Zixiang? Many people had strange expressions on their faces. Normally, anyone would choose Lu Qing'er, who was ranked 80th. However, Lin Tian chose Mu Zixiang, who was ranked 42nd. Basket. Color. Book. Even Xian Qingyun, who was watching from afar, widened his eyes in shock. Why would he choose Mu Zixiang? He's not a good person. That's right. Although he doesn't like Mu Zixiang, he's really strong. Could it be that there's a grudge between the two of them? Well, based on that scholar's personality, that's possible. However, even if there's a grudge between them, this is too irrational. Many people shook their heads. Lu Qing'er stared at Lin Tian unblinkingly. She blinked her eyes, thinking that she had misheard. After being reprimanded by the middle-aged deacon, Mu Zixiang's expression turned ugly. He was already preparing to leave, but when he heard Lin Tian's words, he immediately stopped. His face turned ashen. Lin Tian did not choose Lu Qing'er, who was ranked last in the inner yard. Instead, he chose him, who was ranked first in the inner yard. This made him furious. The middle-aged deacon was surprised. Are you sure you want to choose Mu Zixiang? I'm sure. Lin Tian nodded. Then, he looked at Mu Zixiang. How dare you! Mu Zixiang glared at Lin Tian. He was furious. He felt that he had been humiliated by Lin Tian. Lin Tian and glanced at Mu Zixiang coldly. This person was not evil, but he really did not like him. At this moment, everyone's expression was very interesting. Interesting. This guy chose Mu Zixiang. Awesome! Even if he loses, I'll cheer for him. Count me in. Me too. Some of the older disciples from the outer yard laughed. Mu Zixiang's face turned green when he heard these voices. He was so angry that he trembled. The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Tian and asked, Are you sure you don't want to change? No. Lin Tian shook his head. The deacon shrugged his shoulders and said, All right, I'll give you 2 hours to recover your Jinyuan. After 2 hours, we'll battle on this platform. If you win, you'll enter the inner courtyard and Mu Zixiang will enter the outer courtyard. If you lose, Mu Zixiang will remain in the inner courtyard and you will remain in the outer courtyard. Understood. Lin Tian nodded. All right, go ahead. The middle-aged deacon said. Lin Tian nodded and walked to the side alone. Sitting down cross-legged, he took out a true elemental pill and began to restore his true essence. Mu Zixiang froze in place and clenched his fists. He was ranked 42nd on the ranking tablet, but he was challenged by a new disciple ranked 59th. This really made him lose face. Impudent! You don't know the rules! Hearing Mu Zixiang's voice, many people around him took a few steps back and looked at him with disdain. In the distance, Jiyu stared in Lin Tian's direction and blinked. How interesting! After saying that, Jiyu patted the dust off the bluestone and sat down on her own. There were many Imperial Courtyard spectators around the illusory killing palace. Even though Lin Tian's results were heaven-defying, and even though Lin Tian wanted to challenge Mu Zixiang, many people's eyes were still on Jiyu, unwilling to leave for even a moment. So beautiful! If I could sit next to her for a while, I'd be willing to die tomorrow. Someone murmured. Under the old bamboo, Ling Feng stared straight at Lin Tian, his eyes cold. Everyone, quiet! We'll start the 4th round now. Those who want to take the test, come forward. The deacon said. Lin Tian needed 2 hours to recover his true essence. During this time, the deacon couldn't let everyone wait for Lin Tian to recover his true essence. At least he could take 1 or 2 more rounds. As soon as the deacon finished his words, someone immediately walked up. This round of 20 people, Du Hongxing was one of them. I won't be worse than him. Du Hongxing gritted his teeth. With a flash of brilliance, all the people in the 4th round entered the illusory killing palace. Soon, the 4th round of assessment ended. Almost all the freshmen in this round were ranked at the bottom. Only Du Hongxing's results weren't bad, ranking 103rd on the ranking tablet. For a freshman, this result is not bad. He's indeed an 8-star talent. It's amazing. Not bad. Some senior disciples discussed. This was a very pertinent evaluation, and it was obvious that there was admiration and surprise in it. However, it was a little harsh to Du Hongxing's ears. He was ranked 1st in the freshman ranking battle, but now, he was ranked 103rd, while Lin Tian was ranked 59th. The gap between the two was too big. Damn it! Du Hongxing was secretly angry and left the place directly. This round of assessment went on for more than half an hour. The deacon glanced at Lin Tian and saw that Lin Tian was still recovering his true essence, so he called for another round. When the 5th round of assessment ended, Lin Tian finally opened his eyes and stood up. Done? The deacon asked. Done. Lin Tian nodded. Saying so, he walked to the platform in front of the illusory killing palace and glanced at Mu Zixiang. Mu Zixiang, come up! The deacon said. Mu Zixiang snorted and stared at Lin Tian. His face was ashen as he stepped onto the platform in front of the illusory killing palace. This platform was about 10 square meters, and it was very suitable for 2 people to battle. You don't know the rules! Staring at Lin Tian, Mu Zixiang snorted. Lin Tian was stunned, then he smiled. This Mu Zixiang was too self-centered. He couldn't help but think that all the scholars in this world were like this. His IQ was a little worrying. Looking at Mu Zixiang, Lin Tian smiled and said, "Senior brother Mu, a simple battle is a little boring. Why don't we make a bet?" Hearing this, many people were stunned. "Bet? What do you mean?" Mu Zixiang said. Lin Tian said, "How about this? The loser of this battle will not be allowed to participate in the grand tournament for the next 2 years. In other words, no matter how strong you are, you will not be able to enter the inner courtyard or king courtyard for 2 years. What do you think?" Hearing this, many of the onlookers were shocked. Many people were shocked. No matter how strong you are, you will not be able to enter the inner courtyard or king courtyard for 2 years. This bet was too extreme. Mu Zixiang stared at Lin Tian, his face ashen. "Why? You don't dare?" Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. Mu Zixiang snorted. "Why wouldn't I dare? I just feel that it's a pity for you. However, for someone like you who doesn't know the rules, even though you're quite strong, you'll only bring trouble to the inner courtyard and the imperial courtyard. Today, I'll imprison you in the outer courtyard for the sake of the northern flame imperial courtyard. Even though it's only for 2 years, it's enough. If you agree, then agree. Why do you have to say so much nonsense?" Lin Tian now said. "You!" Mu Zixiang's face turned ashen. He could only stare coldly at Lin Tian. The middle-aged deacon frowned at Lin Tian's so-called bet. However, since Mu Zixiang did not have any objections, he naturally would not say anything. "Begin," the deacon said. As soon as the deacon finished speaking, many people around the platform started to get excited. "Junior Lin Tian, do your best. Kick that poor scholar down. Brother Lin, we will cheer for you. Don't be polite, beat him up. Kill him. Kick him down," the crowd shouted. Hearing these voices, Lin Tian could not help but smile. Mu Zixiang, on the other hand, was ashen. "Now you know how annoying you are," Lin Tian said calmly. Mu Zixiang's expression was cold. He flicked his sleeves and said, "They are the ones who are ignorant." "Ignorant? What a joke! Who is the ignorant one?" Lin Tian said sarcastically. "Don't talk nonsense." Mu Zixiang clasped his hands behind his back and said with an ashen face, "I am your senior brother, so I will let you make one move first. After that, I will teach you a lesson and let you understand that you have to follow the rules step by step." Lin Tian was stunned. "Let me make one move first? Are you sure?" Mu Zixiang snorted and stood in place with his hands behind his back. Obviously, he wanted Lin Tian to make the first move. "Junior Lin Tian, there is no need to be polite with this scholar. Attack!" "Yes, he said he would let us make one move first. Give him some face and let us make one move first." "Yes. Give him some face." Many people cheered. To be honest, although these people did not like Mu Zixiang, they knew that Mu Zixiang was really strong. After all, he was a 5th heavenly layer divine vein expert. Many people did not even think that Lin Tian could defeat Mu Zixiang. However, they did not like Mu Zixiang. Although most people thought that Lin Tian would lose, they still cheered for Lin Tian. When Lin Tian heard these voices, he could not help but laugh in his heart. "Listen to everyone. I will give you some face." Lin Tian looked at Mu Zixiang and said. Mu Zixiang's face sank and became extremely ugly. He only felt his cheeks burning. He was the one who wanted Lin Tian to make one move, but from these people's mouths, it was Lin Tian giving him face. This made him feel very angry. Lin Tian stared at Mu Zixiang. He clenched his right fist and took a deep breath. "Nirvana fist," he muttered to himself in his heart. He had never practiced the Nirvana fist art, a high-grade divine vein martial art. However, he was already familiar with the circulation and compression of true energy. At this moment, he clenched his right fist. The true energy in his body surged and quickly gathered at the tip of his right fist. "I will ask again. Do you really want to let me make one move first?" He looked at Mu Zixiang. "Humph. Mu Zixiang snorted and stood in place with his hands behind his back. Lin Tian raised the corner of his mouth. He also stood in place. However, he raised his right fist and directly punched out. Suddenly, a dazzling light burst out from the tip of his fist and rushed towards Mu Zixiang like lightning. This is... Everyone's expression changed. At this moment, the dazzling light had already reached Mu Zixiang's side. It was shockingly fast. Mu Zixiang's expression changed, and he hurriedly raised his arms to block. Unfortunately, the fist light was too fast and too fierce, and the terrifying force directly tore apart most of his clothes. With a bang, he was sent flying out of the platform. Such a scene shocked almost everyone to the point that their eyes widened. He won. With just one punch, he actually blasted that scholar out of the battle platform. Oh my God! Everyone was dumbfounded by what they saw. Chapter 151. One punch, just one punch and nothing more, had actually sent Mu Zixiang flying out of the stage. This caused everyone's eyes to widen in disbelief. Blue-colored book, please. So powerful. In the distance, even Jiyu was moved and revealed a look of astonishment. After all, Lin Tian was only at the 4th level of the Divine Vein realm. He was an entire level lower than Mu Zixiang. It was truly shocking that Lin Tian was able to achieve such a feat beside Old Bamboo. Lin Feng's eyes were cold. He glanced at Lin Tianyi, then left. He had only come here to see the results of Lin Tian's competition. Now that the results were out, there was no need for him to stay, nor did he want to stay. Whoosh! Suddenly, there was an uproar at the side of the battle platform. Junior brother Lin Tian, you're amazing! Cool! Well done! Many people were excited. These people were shocked by Lin Tian's tyrannical battle prowess, but they were even more delighted when Lin Tianyi sent Mu Zixiang flying with a single punch. The middle-aged deacon guarding the illusion-killing hall stared at Lin Tian in shock. Was that the Nirvana Fist technique? His fleshly body has actually attained the level of being able to cultivate the Nirvana Fist arts? The middle-aged deacon had been in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy for many years, so he was naturally very familiar with some of the martial skills in the academy. The Nirvana Fist art was a terrifying martial skill with explosive power. However, there were too few moves in this martial skill, and the requirement to cultivate this martial skill was too harsh. Thus, almost no one had chosen it. The middle-aged deacon didn't expect Lin Tian to be able to cultivate the Nirvana Fist art when he was only at the 4th level of the Divine Veins realm. What a little monster! The deacon smiled bitterly. At this moment, an angry voice sounded. I refuse to accept this. Mu Zixiang glared at Lin Tian angrily. The middle-aged deacon frowned. What is it? I gave him a chance, but he used such a despicable method to sneak attack me. I want to start over, Mu Zixiang said. As soon as these words came out, it immediately drew a wave of disdainful voices. How can you say that? How thick-skinned. Scholar, you'd better go back to your residence and change your clothes. It's disgraceful to look like this. The crowd burst into laughter. Mu Zixiang was sent flying by Lin Tian's Nirvana Fist technique. His clothes were tattered, and he looked like a beggar. Hearing these voices, Mu Zixiang's face turned ashen. Deacon, please let us start over, Mu Zixiang said. Losing this battle meant that he would fall out of the inner yard and enter the outer yard to cultivate. In the future, he would no longer be able to enjoy the resources of the inner yard. What awaited him was an earth-shattering change, which made him panic. The middle-aged deacon glanced at Mu Zixiang and said, The result is out. It is fair and just. There is no need to redo it. As he spoke, the deacon continued, From now on, you are an outer court disciple. Go back to the inner court and pack your things. Move to the outer court. Lord Deacon, no, enough. The middle-aged deacon was getting impatient. Mu Zixiang's face turned pale, and he trembled. Originally, he was one of the top disciples in the inner yard. But now, he was going to be kicked out of the inner yard and sent back to the outer yard. This made him feel a sense of fear. Oh right, don't forget our bet. You can't participate in any competition for 2 years. Lin Tian's voice rang out. Mu Zixiang trembled again, and his face was extremely pale. 2 years of not being able to participate in any competition. 2 years! In 2 years, he would have to leave the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. In other words, he would have no future in the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. Scholar, welcome to the Outer Yard. Don't worry, it's only 2 years. We'll spend it with you. Ha ha. We'll wait for you to come to the Outer Yard to teach us. The crowd burst into an uproar again. Hearing these voices, Mu Zixiang felt his cheeks burning as a sense of shame swept over him. With a pu sound, he coughed out a mouthful of blood. He seemed to have aged 10 years in an instant, and he left with a dazed expression. That felt good. That scholar, I didn't think that he would have such a day. How satisfying. Let's see how he'll scold others in the future. Being kicked from the inner yard to the outer yard will make him feel ashamed for a while. The crowd laughed. Many people stared at Lin Tian and cheered for Lin Tian. Lin Tian had helped many people vent their frustrations. The middle-aged deacon looked at Lin Tian and smiled. Lin Tian, you're now a member of the inner yard. I'll ask the elders later. You'll go to the disciple pavilion to complete your nameplate in a day. Then, you'll move from the outer yard to the inner yard. All the resources of the inner yard disciples will be open to you. Hearing the middle-aged deacon's words, most of the surrounding disciples looked over with envy. Congratulations, Junior Brother Lin Tian. Junior Brother Lin Tian, enter the King Yard as soon as possible. We have high hopes for you. Yes. Someone congratulated him. Lin Tian nodded at the crowd. Thinking about it, his reputation wasn't that fierce after all. He looked at the middle-aged deacon and said, Senior, can I not move? The middle-aged deacon was stunned. He said, You can indeed not move. After all, you're already an inner yard disciple. The academy won't force inner yard disciples to move from the outer yard to the inner yard. However, the living conditions in the inner yard are much better than the outer yard. Don't you want to move there? I'm used to living in one place. It's too troublesome to move, Lin Tian said with a smile. The middle-aged deacon was stunned again, then smiled. That's a good habit. You're loyal. Lin Tian was speechless. Loyal? He really thought that it was too troublesome to move here and there. Junior Brother Lin Tian is really good, an outer yard disciple said. Beside him, many people nodded. If it were anyone else who had suddenly been promoted from an outer court disciple to an inner court disciple, they would probably immediately move from the outer court residence area to the inner court residence area. However, Lin Tian was not like that. He was even willing to continue living in the outer court residence area. This caused some outer court disciples to have a good impression of Lin Tian. Lin Tian looked at the middle-aged deacon and said, Senior, Lin Tian will take his leave first. Okay, go ahead, the middle-aged deacon said with a smile. Lin Tian's strength was obvious, but he was neither arrogant nor impatient. The middle-aged deacon naturally found him pleasing to the eye. Lin Tian nodded, then jumped off the platform and walked to the side. So cool! Xian Qingyun ran over. Of course, Lin Tian said with a smile. He was already very familiar with Xian Qingyun, so he would not be too reserved. He raised his head and looked at the bluestone. Jiyu was still sitting there, smiling at him. Brother-in-law, look, she's looking at me again! Xian Qingyun said excitedly. Lin Tian. He could not be bothered with this narcissistic guy. He paused for a moment and walked toward Jiyu. Hey, brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xian Qingyun was curious. Lin Tian did not bother with this fellow and continued walking forward. The platform was quite far away from Jiyu. After dozens of breaths, Lin Tian came to Jiyu. Well, are you here to watch my competition? He said. What do you think? Jiyu blinked. Lin Tian suddenly felt a little embarrassed. He scratched his head and said, I guess so. Idiot! Jiyu said angrily. Many people had been staring in Jiyu's direction. At this moment, when they saw Lin Tian walking over and chatting with Jiyu very familiarly, they could even see the smile on Jiyu's face. This group of people was stunned and almost petrified on the spot. This, why is he talking to the great general's granddaughter? Do they know each other? I was wondering why that young prodigy suddenly came to the imperial courtyard. Now, it seems that, could it be that she came for Lin Tian? It seems very similar. Oh right, during the freshman assessment, this person also came and waved at the freshmen. After the assessment ended, he also came to the Beast Devil Ridge to wait. At that time, I thought it was because of the Lin clan's young master, but now it seems like that wasn't the case. It seems like it was also because of Lin Tian. Oh my God, this is crazy. The old disciples and the new disciples all widened their eyes. Even the middle-aged deacon guarding the illusory killing palace was shocked. He stared at the scene in front of him in disbelief. Who was Jiyu? She was the granddaughter of the old General Ji, the #1 prodigy in the imperial city and ranked 6th on the wind cloud list. The elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard had invited Jiyu to cultivate in the Imperial Courtyard several times. This honor made the people of the Imperial City know everything about Jiyu. To many people, Jiyu was like a star in the sky. However, at this moment, Lin Tian was actually close to this star. This was even more shocking than when Lin Tianyi sent Mu Zixiang flying with a punch. In the crowd, Lu Qing originally wanted to thank Lin Tian now for not challenging Lin Tian. However, at this moment, when she saw Lin Tian and Jiyu standing together, she stopped in her tracks. She was actually quite beautiful, but compared to Jiyu, she was too inferior. She did not have the courage to walk over. Xian Qingyun's eyes widened as he jumped to Lin Tian's side. Brother-in-law, you know each other? Xian Qingyun asked in surprise. Lin Tian walked over and chatted with Jiyu. The atmosphere was very good. Even the dumbest person would know that this was not the first time they met. Otherwise, how could they behave like this? Lin Tian nodded. Yes. Jiyu's expression changed slightly. He looked at Xian Qingyun, and then at Lin Tian. He called you brother-in-law? He called me that randomly. I have a good relationship with his sister. She's a very good friend of mine in Fengjian City. Lin Tian explained. For some reason, he felt that Jiyu's expression suddenly became strange. Oh, is that so? Jiyu blinked and a smile appeared on his face again. Yes, that's right. Lin Tian now. Xian Qingyun was a little dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, you can't cut ties like this. I'm very sad. Black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. Go to the side and wait. Seeing this, Jiyu covered his mouth and chuckled. After a pause, Jiyu looked at Lin Tian and said, Well, do you want to go out for a walk? Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. Jiyu actually took the initiative to invite a man to go out for a walk. Lin Tianwei was a little surprised, but then he nodded and said, Okay. Since Jiyu had invited him like this, how could he refuse? Then let's go. Jiyu said. Lin Tian nodded. The two of them walked side by side out of the imperial courtyard, leaving Xian Qingyun standing there in a daze. At the same time, all the imperial courtyard disciples around them were dumbfounded. Damn it, that guy left together with the female genius? What's going on? I suddenly have the urge to beat him up. That's strange. Me too. Sorry, I have the same feeling. Many people widened their eyes. Chapter 152. Lin Tian and Jiyu gradually left the illusory killing palace under everyone's stares. Blue color book asterisk, the two walked together. When they passed by some corners of the imperial courtyard, exclamations could be heard from time to time. That's Jiyu? She's walking together with a man? Is this an illusion? Illusion my ass! It's real! But how can this be? Exclamations of surprise could be heard. As Lin Tian and Jiyu walked out of the imperial courtyard, the exclamations never stopped. It's so stressful to walk with you. Lin Tian blushed with shame. You don't like it? Jiyu blinked. Lin Tian scratched his head and said, It's not that I don't like it. Then you like it? Lin Tian was a little embarrassed. Okay, I like it. He was a normal young man. It would be a lie to say that he didn't like it when he walked with such a beautiful girl. Ji Yu smiled faintly. Okay then. Soon, the two walked out of the imperial courtyard and walked on the street. You've reached the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Your cultivation speed is really fast. She remembered that when Lin Tian had just arrived at the royal capital, he was only at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Divine Vein realm. But now, after a little more than a month, he had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Divine Vein realm. This cultivation speed caused her to be extremely shocked. I'm just lucky. Lin Tian smiled. Ji Yu shook his head. You can't just rely on luck when it comes to cultivation. It's not that simple. I don't believe that you don't work hard on your daily cultivation. Well, it's considered hard work. Lin Tian now. In terms of cultivation, he did work very hard on his daily cultivation. The two walked on the street. The man was handsome and the woman was beautiful. They attracted a lot of attention. To celebrate your entry into the inner courtyard, I'll treat you to something to eat. What do you like to eat? Ji Yu smiled. Anything is fine. I'm not picky. Lin Tian now. Ji Yu smiled. Then let's go to the usual place. At that moment, Ji Yu brought Lin Tian to the small market again. In Ji Yu's words, she felt more at ease here. Miss Ji, you're here? Miss Ji, what do you need? And that young man over there, nice one. Miss Ji, do you want some of the newly released sugar bars? On both sides of the market, the crowd was as enthusiastic as ever. In the end, Ji Yu brought Lin Tian to a decent restaurant in the small market. Standing on the 2nd floor, they could see very far. Feel free to order whatever you want. It's all on me. Ji Yu blinked. Lin Tian suddenly felt that Ji Yu was a little cute. Not long after, the food was served. It was quite simple and delicious. The celebratory lunch quickly passed. The two of them walked out of the restaurant and strolled on the street. They strolled leisurely. Because it was still early, just past noon, Lin Tian was not in a hurry to return to the imperial courtyard. Ji Yu was not in a hurry to return to the general's residence either. Then, Ji Yu asked Lin Tian to accompany her for a walk. But speaking of which, Lin Tian felt that Ji Yu was the one accompanying her. On both sides of the street, the shocked gazes of the passers-by fell on him. Many people pointed at him, and even more people talked about him. Lin Tian was already used to this and did not care much. Occasionally, he would tilt his head to look at Ji Yu. He felt a little strange. Wasn't this prodigy girl a little too nice to him? What are you looking at? Ji Yu tilted her head and looked at him. That? Lin Tian scratched his head, a little embarrassed. He could not say that he was looking at him, right? You're not being honest. Ji Yu covered her mouth and snickered, but she seemed a little happy. Lin Tian was even more confused. He could only rub his nose embarrassedly. Have you heard? It's said that the treasure loft is auctioning a supreme treasure today. Supreme treasure? Are you sure? Of course, how can it be fake? The two of them walked near the treasure loft, and the sounds of discussion could be heard. Lin Tian was stunned. Supreme treasure? The treasure loft could auction a weapon of this level. It was an existence that was more powerful than a treasure. It could more or less double the battle power of the owner. At least, it would cost more than 1,000,000 spirit coins. Oh right, I heard that there will be a strange flower auction today. It can slow down aging and make one's appearance permanent. Flower? You're a big man. Why are you talking about this? TSK, you don't even know this? When the news gets out, some of the socialites in the Imperial City will be there. Then, we can also squeeze into the auction house and see the beauty of the socialites. Those socialites are very beautiful. Eh? Now that you mention it, it makes sense. It's good that you know. Let's go. Go, go, go! Let's go now! Not far away, a few martial artists were discussing and quickly rushed toward the treasure loft. Ji Yu was about to leave, but she stopped and glanced in the direction of the treasure loft. "Shall we go and have a look?" Lin Tian asked. He was not stupid. He could basically guess what Ji Yu was thinking. Being able to slow down aging and maintain one's appearance for a long time was extremely tempting to any young girl. Even a prodigious young girl like Ji Yu was somewhat tempted by it. "Can I?" Ji Yu asked, but her eyes were shining. "Of course, I have nothing to do anyway." Lin Tian smiled. Looking at Ji Yu's current appearance, Lin Tian found it very interesting. "Then let's go!" Ji Yu nodded vigorously. Immediately, the two of them followed a direction and soon arrived at the treasure loft. The interior of the treasure loft was extremely luxurious, and the interior was shockingly spacious. After Lin Tian and Ji Yu arrived, they looked around and summoned a waitress. "Excuse me, are there any VIP rooms left?" He and Ji Yu naturally wanted to find a quiet place here. After all, Ji Yu was too eye-catching. "Yes, sir. We have the most luxurious VIP room left, but you need to bid for it." The waitress nodded and said respectfully, "Our auction will officially start in about an hour. If you are interested, sir, you can go to the bidding area over there to take a look." As she spoke, the waitress pointed to the side where many people were already gathered. They were all dressed very well. "I don't need a VIP room. A normal seat will do," Ji Yu said. Lin Tian shook his head and smiled. "No matter what, you are traveling with the #1 genius girl in the Imperial City. How can I let you be wronged?" Ji Yu stared at Lin Tian and blinked. "Your mouth has become sweeter. You know how to please girls." "I'm telling the truth," Lin Tian said awkwardly. Under the guidance of the waitress, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the bidding area. 3,000 spirit coins! I bid 4,000! 4,300! I bid 5,000! 5,100! In this place, people called out prices from time to time. Lin Tian shook his head. This treasure loft was indeed the largest auction house in the Imperial City. A VIP room was actually worth so much money. 10,000 spirit coins! Lin Tian called out. Suddenly, everyone fell silent. 10,000 spirit coins? He directly called out 10,000 spirit coins. This was a little shocking. Even Ji Yu looked at Lin Tian in surprise. "Why did you call out such a high price? Are you very rich? You can say that I have some spare cash." Lin Tian touched his nose and smiled. He still had several million spirit coins in his stone ring. At this moment, almost everyone in this place subconsciously looked over. Then, these people were shocked again. "Miss Ji? That Miss Ji is actually with a man." Many people were surprised. Even the middle-aged man in charge of this place, Yang Luo, was surprised. The #1 genius girl in the Imperial City was walking together with a young man. This really surprised him. Most importantly, Yang Luo looked at Lin Tian from head to toe, but he had never heard of such a person in the Imperial City. This made him even more surprised. After a pause, Yang Luo reacted. "Is there anyone else who wants to raise the price?" The crowd was very quiet. Many people stared at Ji Yu, but no one raised the price. Most of these people were just rich merchants. Although they had a lot of money, they didn't have much power. Now, since Lin Tian came with Ji Yu, these people naturally had to give him some face. Moreover, Lin Tian's price was shockingly high. 20,000 spirit coins! Suddenly, a voice sounded from afar. A man in purple walked over. Beside him was a beautiful woman. She looked very charming. "Lord Su!" Yang Luo was slightly surprised. Beside him, the others were also shocked. "Lord Su Huarong, a rank 3 array manipulator. He deserves to be called a genius in controlling arrays." Someone whispered. The man in purple was called Su Huarong. He was about 35 years old. After glancing at Lin Tian, he smiled at Ji Yu. "I didn't expect Miss Ji to have time to come to the treasure loft. This is really surprising. Thinking about it, ordinary auction seats are definitely not good enough for Miss Ji. However, the best VIP room in the treasure loft is really good. I come here often, so I will reserve this VIP room. Miss G, would you like to join us? Not only was Su Huarong a rank 3 array manipulator, but he was also a guest of the Leng family, one of the 3 major families in the Imperial City. His status was very high. Even when facing Ji Yu, he was very calm. As for Lin Tian, who was beside Ji Yu, Su Huarong directly ignored her. With his status, he knew all the people in the Imperial City who had some power. However, Lin Tian was not in this list. He had never even heard of such a person, so he did not care at all. Not interested, Ji Yu said. After saying that, Ji Yu took a small step back and stood behind Lin Tian. This action was very small, but it made Lin Tian's heart warm. This prodigy girl had a lot of power, but she took the initiative to stand behind him at this time. Obviously, she saw him as her pillar of support. For a man, this small action undoubtedly had a great meaning. Lin Tianwei touched his nose and smiled. He had to get the VIP room today. 30,000. He said. Yan Luo was shocked as he stared at Lin Tian in astonishment. He kept wondering which great family's young master this was, to actually be so extravagant. However, in the end, he just could not recall such a figure in the Imperial City. Lord Su, what do you think? Yan Luo looked at Su Huarong. Su Huarong was a rank 3 array manipulator and a guest of the Ling family. Even in the Imperial City, he was a big shot. Yan Luo was very careful around Su Huarong. 40,000. Su Huarong said lightly. After saying that, he glanced at Lin Tian and said, Young man, you have to keep a low profile. You have to know who you can compete with and who you can't compete with. Do you understand? Although Lin Tian was with Ji Yu, Su Huarong still did not take Lin Tian seriously. Lin Tianyi was stunned, then smiled. I'll return those words back to you. Originally, I wanted to compete fairly with you. But now forget it. As Lin Tian spoke, a silver token suddenly appeared in his hand. He casually tossed it to the middle-aged man in charge of this place, Yan Luo. Today, the most luxurious VIP room is not open to the public. I want it. Yan Luo frowned and looked at Lin Tian, then lowered his head to look at the silver token in his hand. This is? Yan Luo's expression immediately changed. P.S. Thank you to Brother Mu Ge for your support. Thank you. Chapter 153. Memorize the literature building. We provide you with interesting novels to read. The silver token was not big. It was delicate and looked like a girl's accessory. However, Yan Luo's expression changed. As one of the people in charge of the treasure loft, Yan Luo recognized the silver token. It was the symbol of the Xian family's future clan leader. It represented the direct line of descent of the Xian family. Needless to say, it was powerful enough to command the treasure loft. After all, the treasure loft belonged to the Xian family, and Yan Luo was just a worker. My apologies. Yan Luo returned the silver token to Lin Tian with both hands. Lin Tian calmly took it and kept it into his stone ring in the blink of an eye. Lead the way, he said. Yes, yes, yes. Yan Luo nodded repeatedly. He summoned a maid and asked her to lead Lin Tian to the most luxurious VIP room. At the same time, Yan Luo said something to the other maid. The latter nodded and ran to the backyard of the treasure loft. Lin Tian and Ji Yu followed the maid to the second floor. Stop right there! A cold voice sounded. Su Huarong stared at Yan Luo. What's going on? Lord Su, I'm sorry! The VIP room is not open to the public today. Yan Luo smiled bitterly when he met Su Huarong's gaze. He said, Lord Su, please forgive us. We can prepare a quiet and elegant area for you in the auction hall, and the fee will be waived. What do you think? What do you think? I'm going to get the VIP room today, Su Huarong said coldly. As he spoke, Su Huarong pushed Yan Luo aside and headed straight for Lin Tian. Mr. Su, please don't mess around in the treasure loft. A voice sounded at this time. A middle-aged man in a long robe walked over from the other side. He exuded a powerful aura. Yang Luo heaved a sigh of relief when he saw the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man was the chief deacon of the treasure loft. His name was Xian Jingye, and he was from the Xian family. He was the one who had asked the other maid to report Su Huarong's arrival. After all, he knew that Su Huarong was not easy to deal with. Su Huarong stared at Xian Jingye and furrowed his brows. Xian Jingye walked over and stopped. He looked in Lin Tian's direction and nodded with a smile. Lin Tian naturally wouldn't be arrogant and nodded at Xian Jingye in return. "Send this little brother to the VIP room," Xian Jingye said to the waitress beside Lin Tian. "Yes, deacon." The female attendant bowed and led Lin Tian to the second floor. Soon, the three of them disappeared from the second floor. Su Huarong's expression suddenly turned ugly. His eyes flashed coldly, but he didn't say anything because Xian Jingye from the Xian clan had arrived. At this time, Xian Jingye looked at Su Huarong and said, "Mr. Su, I'm really sorry for what happened today." Su Huarong frowned. When facing Xian Jingye, he was no longer as domineering as he was in front of Yang Luo. Looking at Xian Jingye, Su Huarong asked in a low voice, "Why?" The treasure loft belonged to the Xian clan, and the Xian clan was the most powerful merchant clan in the northern Flame country. Even though Su Huarong was a third-stage array manipulator, he didn't dare to act recklessly here. Especially when Xian Jingye appeared, he restrained himself. He knew that Xian Jingye wasn't a simple person. "Yan Luo made it clear just now. I can't tell you the specific reason now." Xian Jingye smiled faintly and said, "Mr. Su is a frequent customer. To express my apologies, the treasure loft has prepared a private area in the auction hall for Mr. Su. All fees will be waived. Next time, Mr. Su can use the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft for free. If you buy any treasures, the treasure loft will give you a 20% discount. What do you think, Mr. Su?" Su Huarong glanced at the direction Lin Tian left. After a moment of silence, he looked at Xian Jingye and said, "Okay." Although the Xian clan wasn't a martial arts clan, there were many powerful warriors in the clan. Su Huarong wouldn't dare to act recklessly in the treasure loft. Moreover, Xian Jingye had given him enough face by promising him a bunch of benefits. "Thank you, Mr. Su, for giving me this face." Xian Jingye smiled and looked at a maid beside him. "Bring Mr. Su and his female companion to the private area of the auction hall. Brew a pot of the best Yuqing tea and send it to them." "Wuxi." "Yes, Lord Deacon," the maid replied. Su Huarong cupped his hands at Xian Jingye and followed the maid with the charming woman beside him. Xian Jingye watched Su Huarong leave and then looked at the second floor. "Lord Deacon, that." Yang Luo also looked at the second floor in shock. The third miss actually gave the symbol of the clan leader candidate to a young man. "How interesting." Xian Jingye smiled faintly. On the second floor, Lin Tian and Jiyu followed the maid to the VIP room for the auction. The VIP room was close to 50 square meters. It was luxuriously decorated. There was a soft bed, a tea table, and a crystal window that looked out onto the auction hall. The entire room was filled with a faint scent of incense. This is really... Lin Tian was speechless. This VIP room was a little too extravagant. The maid bowed to Lin Tian and Jiyu and then left. Lin Tian and Jiyu were the only ones left in the room. Lin Tian scanned the room. There was a soft bed. A soft bed. Immediately, he felt a little awkward. This was really a little something. Jiyu stared at Lin Tian and blinked. "Well, I didn't know this room would be like this." Lin Tian was speechless. "You're not being honest." Jiyu smiled and sat down by the crystal window. He looked at Lin Tian now and asked, "Speaking of which, what happened just now? What was that silver token you threw out? Why did you snatch this room?" "A good friend of Fengjian City gave it to me. I heard from her younger brother that she's one of the candidates for the clan leader of this generation. With the thing she gave me, there are some things in the treasure loft that I can barely make decisions for." Lin Tian now. A candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan? Jiyu was surprised. He grew up in the Imperial City and naturally knew about the Xian clan. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be good friends with a candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan. Jiyu stared at Lin Tian and curled his lips. You're quite close. You even have the support of a candidate for the clan leader of the Xian clan. I heard that the candidates are all beautiful women. Lin Tian was speechless. Well, we're just friends. At this moment, a commotion broke out. Lin Tian and Jiyu looked in the direction of the noise and saw that the auction had begun. Looking through the crystal window, the treasure loft's auction hall was shockingly huge. It was packed with people. At this moment, a charming woman walked up to the auction stage. Thank you for coming to the treasure loft's auction hall. Now, the auction begins. As she said this, someone brought out one treasure after another. The woman's figure was enchanting, and her voice was also sweet. This caused the auction to become very lively. The sounds of bidding rose and fell. However, compared to the number of people in the auction, the number of people bidding was not much. The ratio was not high. Her ability is not bad, but she's still lacking compared to Xian Yao. Lin Tian thought to himself. He had seen Xian Yao host the auction before. Comparing this woman to Xian Yao was like comparing heaven and earth. One had to know that Xian Yao had the ability to mobilize more than 90% of the people in the auction hall to bid. The scene was shocking. Soon an hour passed. Several treasures were auctioned off in succession, and the transaction prices were not low. At this moment, the woman on the auction stage smiled charmingly and said, I'm sure everyone has heard of the next treasure. As she spoke, the woman lifted the cloth covering the treasure. Below was a glass cabinet. Inside the cabinet was a pot of colorless flowers. They looked extremely beautiful and immediately attracted many gazes. Seeing this flower, the auction hall was filled with exclamations. This is the thing that can make one's face permanent. I want it. I must get it. It's mine. In the auction hall, excited voices were heard. The owners of these voices were all beautiful women. They were all outstanding young ladies from the Imperial City. Today, they were here for this strange flower. In the elegant section of the auction hall, the eyes of the woman beside Su Huarong also lit up. Why, do you want it? Su Huarong smiled faintly. Yes. The woman nodded and pressed her beautiful body against Su Huarong's body. Sir, you see, buying it is a piece of cake. Su Huarong laughed. As he spoke, Su Huarong's hands wandered around the woman's body. Sir, you're so annoying. There are so many people here. The woman pouted coquettishly but did not refuse at all. On the auction stage, the charming woman in charge of the auction looked at the crowd and said, This treasure is called the Cloud Star Flower. It is said that it grows from bathing in starlight. As for its effect, you should already know. Yes, it can delay aging and make people stay young. It is effective for both men and women. Now, the auction officially begins. The starting price is 50,000 spirit coins. As soon as the woman finished speaking, the entire auction hall was in an uproar. 51,000! 52,000! 53,000! The voices of people calling out bids kept ringing. The people who were calling out bids were all young ladies from noble families. These young ladies' eyes lit up as they stared at the treasure flower. They were all determined to get their hands on it. In almost a moment, the price of the treasure flower had reached 180,000 spirit coins. In the VIP room where Lin Tian was, Ji was also staring at the treasure flower on the auction stage. However, after hearing the voices of people calling out bids, Ji felt a little disappointed. Although she was the granddaughter of the Empire's great general, Ji Yuanshan had fought in wars all his life. He was honest and upright and did not have much money. Moreover, she often stayed in the general's mansion and rarely went out. When people gave her gifts, she would politely decline them. 180,000 spirit coins was a sky-high price for her. Lin Tian naturally saw Ji Yu's expression. He was slightly stunned at first, but then he smiled. At this moment, many young ladies in the auction hall went crazy and kept raising the price. After a while, the price of the treasure flower had reached 270,000 spirit coins. 300,000. In the elegance district, a voice rang out. Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and was instantly shocked. The guest elder of the Lung family, Su Huarong. That's the stage 3 array manipulator. This lord wants to compete for this treasure flower? Many people were shocked. Some of the socialites naturally knew who Su Huarong was, and almost all of them looked disappointed. These young ladies might be rich, but compared to a stage 3 array manipulator, they were obviously not enough. Moreover, Su Huarong's status was obvious. He was both a stage 3 array manipulator and a guest elder of the Ling family. Who would dare to offend him? This treasure flower must be Lord Su's, someone whispered. In fact, after Su Huarong called out 300,000 spirit coins, no one else in the auction hall increased the price. In the elegance district, Su Huarong smiled faintly and looked very calm. He believed that no one here had the capital to compete with him for this treasure flower. Of course, very few people would dare to compete with him. Su Huarong wantonly touched the charming woman beside him and said, "Go and get that cloudstar flower. It's yours." "Thank you, my lord!" The charming woman cheered, stood up, and ran to the auction stage. Chapter 154. The person who bid was naturally Lin Tian. Lin Tian knew that Ji wanted this cloudstar flower, so he wanted to get it. Carrot lollipops, right? Why are you bidding? Ji was surprised. For you, Lin Tian said with a smile. Although Ji had guessed it, he still blushed when he heard Lin Tian say it personally. I'm very happy, but this thing is too expensive. It's a waste, Ji said. Lin Tian shook his head. A good flower deserves a good man. The person beside Su Huarong is not worthy of this treasure flower. Lin Tian smiled at Ji. Moreover, have you forgotten that I'm an array controller? Money is at my fingertips. At this moment, the entire auction house was silent. Everyone followed the voice and looked towards the second floor. They were all shocked. Who was this person? He actually dared to bid against Su Huarong, a Tier 3 array controller. Moreover, he bid 500,000 spirit coins, which was 200,000 spirit coins higher than Su Huarong's bid. Many people were surprised. Su Huarong looked towards the source of the sound, and his expression instantly became gloomy. He remembered that it was the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure-gathering loft, and he just competed with someone for this room. At this moment, Su Huarong instantly knew who was in the room, and this caused his eyes to become extremely cold. Sir? The charming woman who followed Su Huarong stared at the cloudstar flower with a sobbing expression. This made Su Huarong's eyes turn even colder. 510,000! Su Huarong's voice sounded. 550,000, Lin Tian said. 560,000. Su Huarong's face was gloomy. 600,000. Lin Tian's voice sounded again. Hearing the two of them calling out bids, everyone in the auction house was extremely shocked. Who is in the VIP room? Could it be the young master of some big family? He actually dares to bid against a Tier 3 array controller, and is so generous. Amazing! Many people stared at the VIP room on the second floor. In the VIP room, Ji looked at Lin Tian and whispered, It's too expensive, Lin Tian. Don't fight over it. It's not expensive. Lin Tian smiled and shook his head. He didn't care at all. Now money was just a worldly possession to him. If he wanted to, he could earn back hundreds of thousands of spirit coins in one day. 650,000. At this time, Su Huarong's voice sounded again. 700,000. Lin Tian calmly shouted. In the auction house, everyone was shocked. Even the charming woman in charge of the auction was astonished. Originally, the treasure loft had estimated that the highest transaction price for this cloudstar flower would be 500,000 spirit coins. However, in such a short time, the price of this Cloudstar flower had been raised to 700,000 spirit coins. This was too shocking. Who is this person? He sounds very young. Could he really be the young master of some big family? The charming woman whispered. It could be said that the young voice was the main reason why the Cloudstar flower was raised to 700,000 spirit coins. At this moment, almost everyone's eyes fell on the VIP room where Lin Tian was. Su Huarong's face was cold. He said, 710,000! 800,000! Lin Tian's voice was heard. Hearing this voice, everyone in the auction house widened their eyes. Wasn't this increase in price a little too exaggerated? 850,000! Su Huarong's face was gloomy. As soon as he finished speaking, the auction house was filled with gasps. The price had reached 850,000. In the VIP room, Jiyu tugged at the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and whispered, "Don't raise the price anymore. It's not worth it." "Why would I?" "It's worth it." Lin Tian smiled. He could feel that Jiyu was good to him. Although he didn't know the reason, he wanted to be good to others. If Jiyu liked this Cloudstar flower, then he would do his best to get it. Looking at the auction house, he shouted, 1 million! Wow! As soon as he said that, the entire auction house was in an uproar. 1 million! It was just a Cloudstar flower, but the price was raised to 1 million. Oh my God! Which rich young master is this from? He's so rich! 1 million, just for a flower! Damn, this rich man deserves to be struck by lightning! Many people were dumbfounded. On the auction stage, the charming woman looked at Su Huarong and said, Master Su, the guest in VIP room 0 has bid 1 million spirit coins. Are you going to raise the price? VIP room 0 was the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft. It was also the VIP room where Lin Tian was at the moment. Master! The charming woman next to Su Huarong called out sweetly and made a sobbing expression. However, this time, Su Huarong didn't even look at her. He just stared coldly at the VIP room where Lin Tian was. Master, I want that, shut up! Su Huarong scolded coldly. The charming woman was so scared that her face suddenly changed. She lowered her head and didn't dare to say anything. At this time, the charming woman on the auction stage spoke again. Master Su, are you going to raise the price? Su Huarong snorted and sat in his seat without saying a word. Although he was a rank 3 array manipulator, ever since he became the Ling family's guest elder, he rarely engraved array patterns for auctions. Today, he came to this auction house with only a total of 1 million spirit coins. How could he compete with Lin Tian at this moment? 1 million spirit coins! Is there anyone who wants to raise the price? 1 million spirit coins once! 1 million spirit coins twice! 1 million spirit coins thrice! The charming woman spoke 3 times in a row. She faced everyone in the auction house and asked if anyone wanted to raise the price, but the response was dead silence. Who would be willing to spend 1 million spirit coins for a Cloudstar flower? Even if you were rich, you shouldn't waste money like this. The Cloudstar flower is sold for 1 million spirit coins. Congratulations to the gentleman in VIP room 0. Thank you for supporting the treasure loft. As she spoke, the charming woman bowed to VIP room 0. Immediately, a waitress brought the Cloudstar flower to VIP room 0. In the auction house, everyone was stunned. At this moment, the whole place was dead silent. Someone actually spent 1 million spirit coins to buy the Cloudstar flower and competed with Su Huarong, a guest of the Ling family. Many people were shocked. In the Jingya district, Su Huarong's face was gloomy and murderous. Lin Tian first competed with him for the most luxurious VIP room in the treasure loft. Now, he competed with him for the Cloudstar flower. It was really humiliating. You're courting death! Su Huarong snorted coldly, stood up, and walked out of the auction house. Originally, Su Huarong wanted to see the treasures in the treasure loft, but now, he was not in the mood. At this time, a waitress brought the Cloudstar flower to VIP room 0. The middle-aged man, Yang Luo, was accompanying her. Little brother, this is the item you bid for. Yan Luo personally handed the Cloudstar flower to Lin Tian. Lin Tian nodded and took it. This is for you. He smiled and handed the Cloudstar flower to Jiyu. Jiyu blinked her eyes and took it. Her beautiful face blushed as she said, "Thank you." Jiyu was very happy to receive the gift from Lin Tian. It was as if he had received a treasure. Yan Luo said, "Lord Deacon said that since you have the silver token, you can have the Cloudstar flower at a 30% discount. The total price is 700,000 spirit coins." Huh! Lin Tianwei was stunned. Not only him, but Jiyu was also surprised. "In this case, you won't get any commission, right?" Lin Tian asked. The Cloudstar flower was given to the treasure loft to auction by someone else. In the end, the treasure loft would get 70% of the auction price. The treasure loft would get 30%. Now that the treasure loft was giving it to him at a 30% discount, it meant that the treasure loft would not make any profit in this auction. "Lord Deacon said that you are qualified?" Yan Luo said. Lin Tian was stunned. When he thought about it, he realized that the silver token given to him by Xian Yao was really powerful. "In that case, thank you very much," Lin Tian said to Yan Luo. "You're too courteous, little brother. If little brother needs anything in the future, feel free to come to the treasure loft. We'll sell everything that belongs to the treasure loft to little brother at cost price. If you buy treasures from the auction house, the treasure loft will sell them to little brother at a 30% discount," Yan Luo said. Lin Tian nodded. "Okay, thank you." After chatting with Yan Luo for a while, Lin Tian said goodbye and left with Jiyu. He came to the treasure loft only for the Cloudstar flower. As for the treasure, he knew very well that he could not buy it with his current financial resources. A treasure would cost at least 10 million spirit coins. When Lin Tian and Jiyu left, Yang Luo personally sent them to the entrance of the treasure loft. "Little brother, Miss Ji, welcome again," Yang Luo said respectfully. Lin Tian nodded and walked out of the treasure loft with Jiyu. Walking on the street, Jiyu held the Cloudstar flower and turned to look at Lin Tian from time to time. "What are you looking at?" Lin Tian looked at Jiyu. "Nothing." Jiyu turned his head. His face was slightly red, and he looked very happy. Lin Tian blinked. His expression was a little strange. At this moment, a cold aura suddenly came from the front, causing him and Jiyu to stop. The two of them looked up and saw a man and a woman walking out, blocking their path. The man was none other than Su Huarong. "Su Huarong, what are you doing?" Jiyu frowned. Su Huarong's face was cold. He glanced at Lin Tian, and his eyes were full of coldness. "Miss Ji, your friend is too arrogant. First, he fought with me for the VIP room. Then, he fought with me for the Cloudstar flower. He made me lose face. I have to teach him a lesson. Please step aside for now," Su Huarong said. Although Jiyu's identity was not ordinary, he was not weak either. He was not too afraid. Jiyu's face darkened. "Don't be too presumptuous." She was very happy that Lin Tian gave her the Cloudstar flower. However, Su Huarong stood in front of her. Not only did he ruin the atmosphere between them, but he also said that he would teach Lin Tian a lesson. This made Jiyu very unhappy. Suddenly, a powerful aura spread out from her body. Lin Tian was shocked when he saw the aura. 8th level of the divine range! Lin Tian stared at Jiyu in surprise. Chapter 155. Lin Tian was shocked. The number one prodigy in the Imperial City was not only beautiful, but her cultivation was also terrifying. However, after thinking about it, Lin Tian was relieved. After all, she was General Ji's granddaughter. Moreover, the elders of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy had personally invited Jiyu to the Imperial Academy several times. It was normal for Jiyu to have such a high cultivation level. Su Huarong's expression also darkened. "As expected of the 6th on the honor roll list. You're indeed terrifying. However, don't underestimate a formation controller." Su Huarong raised his hand as he spoke. Instantly, a formation scroll appeared in his hand. With a flash of light, strands of light emerged from the array-patterned scroll, flickering with a strange light. At the same time, an aura that was not inferior to Jiyu's spread out and intertwined in the air. The confrontation between the two quickly alarmed everyone in the surroundings. That's General Ji's granddaughter and Lord Su Huarong. These two, why are they fighting each other? What happened? Many people were surprised. Both Jiyu and Su Huarong were famous figures in the imperial city. At this moment, the two of them were confronting each other in the middle of the imperial city. How could the crowd not be surprised? Su Huarong stared at Jiyu and said, "Miss Ji, you'd better step back. Otherwise, if I accidentally hurt you, I'm afraid I'll incur the wrath of the crowd." Su Huarong's expression was indifferent. As soon as he finished speaking, another formation scroll appeared. Instantly, a terrifying aura spread out. It was very frightening. Martial Fusion Formation Scroll. Then try and see if you can hurt me, Jiyu said. Jiyu was very unhappy. She hugged the Cloud Star Flower and took a step forward. An even stronger aura was released. This, Miss Ji is so powerful! She's so powerful! I'm afraid she's at the peak of the 8th level of the Divine Vein Realm. Many people were shocked. Lin Tian was also surprised. However, even though he was surprised, he didn't think too much about it at this moment. He reached out and placed his hand on Jiyu's shoulder. He pulled Jiyu back. "I'll do it," he said. Jiyu's aura immediately weakened. He looked at Lin Tian and whispered, "This person is very strong. Although he is only at the 3rd firmament of the Divine Vein Realm, he is a 3rd-tier array manipulator. He has many terrifying techniques and is not easy to deal with." Jiyu was afraid that Lin Tian would be at a disadvantage. Lin Tian blinked and said with a smile, "You forgot, I'm also a formation manipulator, and my cultivation is higher than his." The two of them were very close at this moment. Lin Tian put her hand on Jiyu's shoulder and smiled. Jiyu didn't seem to feel uncomfortable. Instead, he whispered something to Lin Tian. This scene seemed very intimate in the eyes of others. Thus, the pedestrians on the street were suddenly stunned. "What did I just see? That guy, he's actually so close to Miss Ji. Could it be that they..." Many people's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Jiyu was recognized as the most beautiful girl in the imperial city. She rarely went out. She had even declined the crown prince's invitation to a gathering. But now, this most beautiful girl in the imperial city was walking together with an unknown young man. Their words and actions were very intimate. This made the people here almost petrified. Su Huarong stared at the two of them, his expression turning colder. "Gigolo!" Su Huarong sneered as he stared at Lin Tian. Hearing this, Jiyu became even angrier, but Lin Tian pulled him behind. Lin Tiantan stepped forward and looked at Su Huarong with a smile. "I'm quite happy to hear you say that. After all, a gigolo at least has a face to look at, unlike you. You're so ugly and mischievous. You're already so old, yet you're still so shameless. Who are you calling old?" Su Huarong's expression darkened. "I'm 16 this year. How old are you?" Lin Tian now. Su Huarong's words suddenly stopped, and his face turned ashen. Speaking of which, he was not very old. He was only in his 30s, which was the golden age of a man. However, compared to Lin Tianyi, he was indeed a little old. The difference between a man in his 30s and a man in his 60s was more than a year's age. Jiyu covered his mouth and snickered. He muttered to himself, "I didn't expect this guy to have such a humorous side." The passers-by on both sides were dumbfounded. Who is this young man? How dare he tease Lord Su Huarong like that? If he's walking together with Miss Ji, he has to be at least the young master of some large family. But which family does he belong to? Come to think of it, I don't think there's such a famous person in the imperial city. I really don't remember such a person. That's strange. Many people were curious. How dare he talk to Lord Su like that? He's too much. He's courting death, the charming woman next to Su Huarong said. Lin Tiantan glanced at her indifferently. He did not care at all. He could not be bothered to look at such a vulgar woman. His gaze fell on Su Huarong. You want to teach me a lesson? He narrowed his eyes and took another step forward. This action undoubtedly made Su Huarong's expression even colder. You're just a nameless nobody. You think you're a big shot just because you're standing next to a big shot? You've forgotten your own weight. Lin Tiantan smiled. You're quite self-righteous. I'm a guest elder of the Ling family, a third-order array master. What are you? What do you have? Su Huarong said. Su Huarong put his hands behind his back with two square formation scrolls circling around him, his face full of arrogance. A guest elder of the Ling family? What a coincidence. The Ling family and I happen to be enemies. Lin Tianling smiled. As for your so-called third-order array master, there's nothing for you to be proud of. You have no right to be proud in front of me. As he spoke, Lin Tian raised his hand. Wisps of silver light flashed. Divine One Soul Art. Qi. Qi. In front of Su Huarong, the runes on the two floating scrolls quickly dimmed and dissipated like smoke. With two bangs, the two scrolls fell to the ground one after another. Su Huarong's expression changed. Soul Force? What did you do? Aren't you a third-order array master? Can't you tell? Lin Tian mocked. Su Huarong stared at the two scrolls on the ground. His expression turned ugly. You erased my martial fusion rune. You're also an array master? No, you're only 16. How is that possible? Moreover, even if you're an array master, you can't erase my martial fusion rune so easily. This is impossible. Hearing Su Huarong's words, everyone on the street was shocked. What? He's also an array master? How is that possible? He's only 16. How can there be a 16-year-old array master? This is too exaggerated. But Lord Su Huarong already said so? Everyone was stunned. Staring at Lin Tian, everyone was aghast. This young man in front of them was actually an array master? At this time, Su Huarong's expression became extremely gloomy. Buzz! Light flickered. Beside Su Huarong, a few more scrolls flew up. Instantly, killing intent intertwined and terrifying true essence spread out. Lin Tianling sneered. In his right hand, strands of silver soul light flickered. Suddenly, the scrolls that Su Huarong took out lost their effect. After a series of chi 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 sounds, the scrolls fell to the ground one after another. You! Su Huarong had a face of disbelief. 2 times in a row, someone could easily erase the runes he engraved. Third-order array master, sir, do you see the difference? Lin Tianling said indifferently. He enunciated the word, sir, extremely loudly. Anyone could hear the sarcasm in his tone. Su Huarong's expression suddenly became extremely ugly. Lin Tian did display soul power, and it was a very pure soul power. It was much stronger than his soul power. There was no doubt that he was an array master. And Lin Tian could erase his runes so easily. His array mastery was naturally much stronger than his. He found it hard to imagine that this person in front of him was so terrifying. He was only 16 years old, but his array mastery actually surpassed him, the Imperial City's array mastery genius. Fine. Today, I admit defeat. Su Huarong gritted his teeth. Saying this, Su Huarong turned around and left. He knew that he couldn't do anything to Lin Tian. Want to leave? Lin Tianling smiled and appeared in front of Su Huarong in a flash. What do you want to do? I'm a guest of the Lin family. Slap! Lin Tianyi slapped Su Huarong's face. Suddenly, Su Huarong flew backward in a sorry state. You dared to hit Sir Su! The flirtatious woman who followed Su Huarong pointed at Lin Tian and screamed. Lin Tian's eyes were cold. A violent aura spread out and swept coldly at the flirtatious woman. Facing his gaze, the flirtatious woman suddenly trembled. She stepped back and sat on the ground. She was so scared that her face turned white. Su Huarong stood up from the side. blood flowed out from the corner of his mouth. His expression was extremely ugly. You dare to hit me? Su Huarong's face was extremely gloomy. Lin Tianling smiled. His figure moved and appeared in front of Su Huarong again. You slap. Another slap landed on Su Huarong's face. This time, it was the right side of his face. But this time, Su Huarong wasn't sent flying because Lin Tian reached out his left hand and grabbed Su Huarong's collar. Then, Lin Tian raised his right hand and started slapping Su Huarong's face. The sound of slapping continued. Ah! Stop! Su Huarong screamed. Blood and saliva splattered everywhere. At this moment, the injury to his soul was more serious than the injury to his body. He was a third-stage array manipulator and a guest of the Ling family. But now, he was being slapped by a young man in the middle of the street. He didn't even have the slightest chance to fight back. What kind of humiliation was this? If you tell me to stop, then I'll lose face. Lin Tianling smiled. Not only did he not stop, he was even more ruthless. Suddenly, Su Huarong's screams became even more sorrowful. Teeth mixed with blood fell out of his mouth. All the onlookers sucked in a breath of cold air. They felt their scalps go numb. The young man in front of them was too ruthless. After an unknown amount of time, Lin Tian stopped. Su Huarong had already fainted from the slaps. His face was swollen like a pig's head. It was almost impossible to recognize his original appearance. Lin Tian snorted and let go of Su Huarong's collar. Immediately, Su Huarong fell to the ground like a dead pig. Chapter 156. Genius 1 second remember, providing you with wonderful novels to read. Su Huarong fell at Lin Tian's feet, blood dripping from his mouth and nose. He looked like he was barely breathing. Literature building, Lin Tian looked down with a disgusted expression. He raised his leg and kicked. With a bang, Su Huarong was kicked in the abdomen and flew out like a scarecrow. Sir! The charming woman who was with Su Huarong screamed and ran in the direction where Su Huarong was flying. Lin Tian didn't even bother to look at her. He turned around and walked toward Jiyu. All right. He smiled. Jiyu blinked and stared at Lin Tian in surprise. You sent Su Huarong flying so easily. He's a rank 3 array manipulator. Even I have to put in some effort to fight him. You're quite proud of yourself. Lin Tian teased. Jiyu blushed. No, I'm just a little surprised. Lin Tian smiled and said, He's a rank 3 array manipulator. However, my level is higher than his. Higher than rank 3? Jiyu was surprised. Although he knew that Lin Tian was an array manipulator, Jiyu didn't know Lin Tian's specific level. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Jiyu was shocked. He was only 16 years old, but he had such a terrifying level of array manipulation. He's really outstanding, Jiyu muttered. What did you say? Lin Tian tilted his head. Jiyu quickly shook his head and smiled. Nothing. Send me back. It's getting late. Okay. Lin Tian smiled. The general's mansion was still a little far from here. He and Jiyu didn't care about other people's reactions and walked in a direction. It wasn't until the two of them were far away that the crowd burst into exclamations. My God, that young man actually made Lord Su Huarong, 16 years old? Is he really an array manipulator? He's even more powerful than Lord Su Huarong. I've never heard of such a person in the Imperial City. That's right, it's too strange. Where did this monster come from? Many people felt their hearts palpitate. Literature building in the distance, Su Huarong was helped up by the charming woman. At this moment, his consciousness had become slightly clearer. Bastard! Staring at the direction Lin Tian left, Su Huarong's eyes were filled with a sinister light. About 2 hours later, Lin Tian escorted Jiyu to the general's mansion. I won't send you in, Lin Tian said. Jiyu looked at the cloud star flower in his arms and then looked up at Lin Tian. He blinked and said, Well, thank you for the gift. I will cherish it. It's nothing. You're welcome. Lin Tian scratched his head. This thing only cost a few spirit coins, so it was not a big deal. Jiyu nodded and waved at Lin Tian. Then, he walked towards the inner courtyard of the general's mansion. Lin Tian smiled and turned to walk back. Future son-in-law, take care. Also, come and visit Miss often. In front of the general's mansion, the two powerhouses guarding the gate joked. Lin Tian touched his nose and felt a little embarrassed. However, he did not refute them and turned to walk towards the imperial courtyard. Not long after, he walked very far away. At this moment, it was almost dusk. There were fewer people on the streets of the imperial city. Of course, although there were fewer people than at noon, there were still people coming and going. Most of the shops on both sides of the street were still open. Some restaurants were even open. This was because this was the largest city in the Northern Flame country. Lin Tian returned to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard on the same path he came from. After walking for a short while, Lin Tian suddenly stopped. There were people coming and going on both sides of the street. However, at this moment, he clearly felt that something was wrong. There was a chill in the air, as if there were pairs of cold eyes staring at him. Whoosh! The sound of something breaking through the air was heard. A sharp arrow was flying towards him. Lin Tian took a step to the left. He reached out his right hand and caught the arrow. Then, his eyes turned cold. He flipped his right hand and threw the arrow in the direction where it came from. Ah! A scream came from a restaurant. Instantly, the expressions of the passers-by changed. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air became louder. Lin Tian looked up and saw arrows flying out from several restaurants around him. He was almost completely trapped in the middle. Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He moved quickly and changed his position in the dense rain of arrows. He avoided the cold arrows one by one. Suddenly, Lin Tian frowned. There was a drunkard not far away. 3 arrows were flying towards the drunkard. Swoosh! He used the yin-yang puppet and appeared in front of the drunkard. He raised his hand and blocked the 3 arrows. At this moment, almost all the arrows had disappeared. Many shops on both sides of the street were full of holes. Fortunately, there were no casualties. Good spiritual sense! A cold voice sounded. On both sides of the street, people in black walked out from several restaurants. The person in the lead was dressed in blue. It was Lung Feng. Beside Lung Feng was a middle-aged man. It was Su Huarong, who was beaten up by Lin Tian more than 2 hours ago. Su Huarong returned to the Ling family to mobilize the experts. He did not want Lung Feng to find out. When Ling Feng found out who injured Su Huarong, he personally led the experts from his family over. He wanted to take revenge on Lin Tian and kill Lin Tian. I didn't expect you to be the one who killed young Master Ling. You're really audacious. Su Huarong stared coldly at Lin Tian. At this moment, Su Huarong's injuries were much better. As a stage 3 array manipulator, he had many elixirs. Lin Tian did not even look at Su Huarong. His gaze fell on Ling Feng. This is the second time. Lin Tian's eyes were cruel as he said, in the past, there was also a martial arts family that hunted me down. Later on, I completely annihilated that martial arts family. Your Lin clan will not have a good ending either. Lin Feng's face darkened when he heard this. Don't compare the Lin family with some random cats and dogs, Lin Feng said coldly. Even so, Lin Feng was still somewhat fearful. Lin Tian had single-handedly destroyed a martial arts family. No matter how small the family was, it was enough to show how terrifying Lin Tian was. Moreover, Lin Tian was able to defeat Su Huarong. His array manipulation skills were even better than Su Huarong's. This made Ling Feng want to kill Lin Tian even more. Such a person must not be allowed to live. Otherwise, there would be endless trouble. Kill! Lin Feng said coldly. All of a sudden, the black-clothed men charged towards Lin Tian. Dodge! They're from the Lin family. Run! Why do you care about the stall? The passers-by on both sides of the street changed their expressions. Behind Lin Tian, the drunkard grabbed the corner of Lin Tian's clothes and struggled to stand up. He reeked of alcohol. You, do you have any more wine? He was a middle-aged man who looked as sloppy as a beggar. His hair was unkempt. No, Lin Tiantan said indifferently. At this moment, another man in black rushed toward him and slashed at him with his saber. This was a Divine Pulse expert. His cultivation was at the 3rd level of the Divine Pulse realm. He was very powerful. However, in front of Lin Tian, who was at the 4th level of the Divine Pulse realm, this man in black was too weak. He was kicked away by Lin Tian and coughed up blood in the air. Kill! 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 The men in black shouted and rushed toward Lin Tian. Stay away, Lin Tian now said. With a shake of his left hand, he pushed the drunkard into a nearby shop. The Lin family was here to kill him. He didn't want to implicate others because of him. The Ling family is really bold to come to the capital of the imperial city and under the feet of the emperor. Lin Tianling smiled. With a shake of his right hand, the broken wound sword was drawn. The ear-piercing sound of the sword echoed in all directions. Clang! The sound of the sword clanged. Suddenly, there was a flash of blood. The men in black at the front were penetrated and screamed in pain. Su Huarong was slightly surprised. He didn't expect Lin Tian to be so powerful. Clang! 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 Lin Tian faced the Ling family experts alone. The broken wound sword clashed with the other weapons, creating a series of ear-piercing metallic sounds. There were even sparks intertwining. Ah! Someone screamed. Lin Tianyi chopped off an arm. Blood splattered. Another man was hit. His throat was slit by the sword. Shocking wind sword! Lin Tian murmured. He raised the broken wound sword in his hand slightly. Instantly, the sky was filled with sword chi. Pft! 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 Blood splattered. 5 men were penetrated by the shocking wind sword chi and fell into a pool of blood. Such a scene shocked many of the men in black. Further away, some of the onlookers were shocked. Who is this? He's so powerful. Someone was shocked. Not only these people, but even the surrounding black-clothed men also revealed looks of dread. For a moment, no one dared to step forward. The long sword in Lin Tian's hand was stained with traces of blood. He did not care about the men in black surrounding him at all. Instead, he looked at Ling Feng indifferently. Do you think that you can take my life with these pieces of trash? Or is it that the Ling family has too many Divine Pulse experts? So you purposely sent them to their deaths to reduce the family's expenses? Lin Tian's words were calm, but there was a strong sense of sarcasm in them. Ling Feng's eyes were cold. I just want to see if you're qualified for me to take action. As he spoke, Ling Feng started to step forward and closed in on Lin Tian. Qualified? Lin Tianling sneered and said disdainfully, You think you can talk about qualifications with me? You're almost 20 and you're only at the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm. Do you think you're so great? If I only had this level of cultivation when I reached your age, I would have directly committed suicide. I wouldn't have stood in front of others with an arrogant appearance. Ling Feng stopped in his tracks. His eyes were even more vicious. Without saying anything else, Ling Feng made his move. He slashed his sword at Lin Tian. Lin Tian coldly snorted. This time, he did not act like he did in Demon Beast Ridge. This time, he did not retreat at all. Instead, he faced Ling Feng head-on and slashed down with his sword, creating a lightning sword aura. Rumble! The sound of thunder was ear-piercing. Under the pressure of the sword, which was about 10 feet long, Lin Feng's sword gleam was shattered. Lin Feng's expression changed slightly. He slashed his sword again. With a crisp sound, Lin Tian's azure thunder sword gleam was shattered by Lin Feng's second slash. You're just SOSO. Lin Feng said. You're the same. You're 3 levels higher than me, but you're nothing special. Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, his sword vibrated. The entire injury-breaking sword was covered in lightning arcs, crackling loudly. With a clang, an even stronger azure thunder sword gleam appeared and charged straight at Lin Feng. Chapter 157. Lin Tian had already mastered 60% of the Sky Thunder Sword art. Right now, the Sky Thunder Sword art that he casually executed was comparable to a peak stage Divine Vein Realm martial skill. When he slashed out with his sword, the thunder and lightning couldn't help but crackle. It was extremely ear-piercing. "Child's play," Lin Feng said. With a clang, the Zen sword in Ling Feng's hand emitted a dazzling light as he slashed out. The two swords collided with a loud rumble. It was shocking. Boom! Gusts of wind swept out, surprising the Ling family experts who were surrounding them. Clang! 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 The shattering sword and Zen sword collided continuously, giving off ear-piercing metallic sounds. How is this possible? He can actually contend with the future heir of the Ling family for a short period of time. Su Huarong was shocked. Ling Feng was at the 7th level of the Divine Pulse realm and ranked 7th on the Imperial City's reputation list. Su Huarong found it hard to believe that Lin Tian could resist Ling Feng for such a long time with his 4th level Divine Pulse realm cultivation. How monstrous was he? Moreover, Su Huarong suddenly thought of something else. This person in front of him was even better at controlling formations than he was. He did not expect such a terrifying person to come to the Imperial City. He's only 16 years old. Su Huarong's heart skipped a beat. Clang! Another crisp sound rang out as Lin Tian's injury-breaking sword clashed with Ling Feng's Zen sword once more. Streaks of sword light exploded and shot out in all directions, riddling many shops with holes. It was a complete mess. All around, the Ling clan's black-clothed experts were dumbfounded. However, someone soon came to his senses. "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and help young master!" someone shouted. Immediately, this person ran toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was fighting with Ling Feng, but he was paying attention to the movements of the men in black around them. At this moment, when he saw someone rushing toward him, he swung his sword without mercy. A dazzling thunder sword force rushed toward the person. With a puff, blood splattered. The person who rushed toward him was pierced through the chest and died on the spot. "Don't come over. Guard the surroundings. Don't let him leave," Ling Feng said solemnly. The group of black-robed men nodded and quickly formed a large circle, completely blocking all the paths in all directions. Lin Tian glanced at it, his face expressionless. "If I want to leave, do you think these pieces of trash can stop me?" he sneered. His words were very direct, and the disdain in them was very obvious. It immediately caused the faces of the group of black-clothed people to turn livid. Ling Feng snorted coldly. Without saying a word, he directly pressed down on Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression didn't change. With a twist and turn of his sword, he also pressed forward. Clang! The two swords collided once again, and dazzling sparks flew everywhere. Gradually, Lin Tian began to lose ground as they clashed again and again. He was forced back by Ling Feng. With another sword strike, the two clashed, and Lin Tian was forced to retreat 3 steps. "Again," Lin Tianling said. He pushed the Azure Thunder Sword technique to its limits, and an even more ear-piercing sound of thunder rang out. Streaks of lightning continuously descended. "I'll kill you," Lin Feng said coldly. The two clashed again, sword against sword, fist against fist. Pfft! Lin Tian's right shoulder was hit, and blood immediately splashed out. However, at the same time, his right fist landed on Lin Feng's chest, and with a bang, Lin Feng was forced back. The heir of the Lin family, ranked 7th on the Wind Cloud list, is just SOSO. Lin Tianling laughed. Lin Feng's face was cold, and his eyes were full of murderous intent. He didn't expect Lin Tian's combat strength to be so strong in just over a month. More than a month ago, Lin Tian could only run away when facing him, and couldn't even block a single attack. But now, he could already contend with him and hurt him. "I'll kill you today," Lin Feng said coldly. As he said that, he directly rushed over. In just over a month's time, Lin Tian had grown so much stronger. If Lin Tian was allowed to continue growing, Lin Feng felt that it would be an extremely dangerous matter. Penetrating rainbow! Lin Feng shouted. He stepped on the soul-chasing puppet, and at the same time, he used the family's heirloom, penetrating rainbow swordsmanship. At this moment, Ling Feng's aura suddenly soared, and his strength reached a peak. Lin Tian's face turned serious. He didn't dare to be careless, and immediately used the yin-yang avatar. At the same time, he activated the Azure Thunder swordsmanship to the limit. The entire broken sword was completely covered by the light of thunder, as if it had turned into a sword of the thunder god. Kill! With a low shout, Lin Tianyi strode over. The two powerful sword forces collided, and immediately set off a more violent hurricane. Clang! 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 The sound of swords colliding with each other was extremely ear-piercing. The experts of the Ling clan were stunned. They didn't expect that a 16-year-old unknown youth, who had no reputation in the imperial city, would be able to contend with the future successor of the Ling clan for so long with his cultivation at the fourth heavenly layer of the divine veins. No, this person must be killed. Su Huarong's eyes were sinister. While Lin Tian and Ling Feng were fighting, Su Huarong secretly took out a martial fusion inscription scroll. In an instant, an aura that was not inferior to Ling Feng's spread out. 3 terrifying sword forces quickly formed and shot toward Lin Tian. These were the Ling family's penetrating rainbow sword force. It was infused into Su Huarong by the current head of the Ling family. Young Master Ling, back off! Su Huarong shouted. These 3 sword forces were comparable to a peak divine range expert's attack. Lin Feng was shocked, and he quickly retreated. Die! Su Huarong shouted coldly. After seeing Ling Feng back off, he activated the 3 sword forces and quickly slashed toward Lin Tian. The moment the 3 sword forces appeared, the air screamed involuntarily. Lin Tian's expression changed slightly. After glancing at Su Huarong coldly, he flashed and instantly appeared beside Ling Feng. You! Ling Feng's face darkened. He did not expect Lin Tian to appear beside him at this moment. It was obvious that Lin Tian wanted to drag him down together. The 3 sword forces were also closing in on him, and they were no longer under Su Huarong's control. This is the Ling family's sword technique. Either you try to break it, or you bear it together with me, Lin Tianling said coldly. These 3 sword forces were definitely infused into the martial fusion inscription by a peak divine range expert. Although they would not kill him directly, he would definitely suffer heavy injuries if he took them head-on. It was naturally a good thing to drag someone along with him. Moreover, Ling Feng was the future heir of the Ling family. He was very familiar with the family's sword technique, and he would definitely be able to minimize the risk. Damn it! Su Huarong could not help but curse when he saw Lin Tian's actions. He did not expect Lin Tian to make such a judgment. He also did not expect Lin Tian to be so fast that he caught up with Ling Feng in an instant. Ling Feng's expression was extremely gloomy, and his eyes flashed coldly. Lin Tian was expressionless. The broken wound sword in his hand vibrated and swept out several sword forces. At this moment, the 3 terrifying sword forces closed in on Ling Feng. Ling Feng's eyes were cold as he slashed out with his Zen sword. He charged towards Lin Tian instead of trying to break through the 3 sword forces. I'll kill you today, Ling Feng said in a deep voice. Finally, the 3 sword forces pressed down and drowned the 2 of them. Bam! Bam! A bloody mist lingered in the air as the 2 figures retreated. Lin Tian was covered in blood. His clothes were torn, and his sword-wielding arm was trembling. On the other side, Ling Feng was not in a better state. His chest was a bloody mess. It was obvious that he was severely injured by the 3 sword forces. It's about time, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Although he had dragged Ling Feng along to bear the brunt of the 3 terrifying sword forces, he was still severely injured. At this point, his combat strength was still inferior to Ling Feng's. He was no match for Ling Feng in a head-on clash. He had already reached his limit to be able to fight Ling Feng until now. Moreover, the broken wound sword would not be able to withstand another clash. After all, Ling Feng was wielding a low-grade bejeweled weapon, which was much more powerful than the broken wound sword. Clang! The long sword in his hand vibrated, and a thunderous sword ray appeared. It was extremely domineering as it pressed down on Ling Feng. "That's all for today. Goodbye," Lin Tianling said. "Trying to leave? Stop him!" Su Huarong shouted. Su Huarong was a visiting elder of the Ling family. His status was extraordinary. When he shouted, the black-clad experts in the surroundings immediately moved and charged toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was expressionless. He glanced at Su Huarong coldly. "Be prepared to die the next time we meet." "Next time? What a joke! There won't be a next time," Su Huarong said coldly. More black-clad experts charged at Lin Tian as he spoke. Lin Tian did not seem to care at all. He stomped on the ground and leaped into the air. "Leaping into the air? Kill him, you idiot!" Su Huarong shouted. The group of black-clad experts raised their weapons as they received the order, waiting for Lin Tian to land on the ground. However, Lin Tian did not land on the ground at the very next moment. Instead, he stomped hard in the air and leaped into the air again. Lin Tian then stepped on the air again and again, moving directly in the air. "What the hell? He's actually walking in the air? How is this possible?" The expressions of the crowd in the distance changed. That middle-aged drunkard, who was in a shop nearby, looked at the sky with his mouth wide open and mumbled, "He can fly." At that moment, Lin Tian landed on the roof of a restaurant in the distance. Su Huarong stared at Lin Tian, and his expression changed again. "Walking in the air? How is this possible? That seems to be something that only airborne realm cultivators can do." Lin Tian stood on the roof of the restaurant. Despite being covered in blood, his eyes were extremely cold. He looked down at everyone from the Ling family on the street below like a god of swords. Staring at Ling Feng and Su Huarong, he smirked coldly and leaped toward the other side of the restaurant, disappearing from everyone's sight in an instant. "Damn it!" Ling Feng clenched his Zen sword tightly. His eyes were extremely gloomy. The second time, Lin Tian escaped again. About an hour later, Lin Tian returned to the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. The blood all over his body made the faces of many students of the Imperial Courtyard pale. "What the hell? What happened? Why is that ruthless guy injured so badly?" Many people were shocked. Xian Qingyun had been watching the competition of the students of the Imperial Courtyard at the Phantom Kill Hall. He was about to leave the Phantom Kill Hall and was just about to go home when he happened to see what happened. His expression changed drastically as he quickly went up to Lin Tian and asked, "Brother-in-law, what happened to you?" Chapter 158. Lin Tian heaved a sigh of relief when he saw Xian Qingyun coming over. "Blue-color book star. Let me lean on you for a while," he said weakly. To be honest, he had fought Ling Feng, who was at the 7th level of the divine range, with his cultivation at the 4th level of the divine range. Moreover, he had withstood 3 energy swords from Ling Feng, who was at the peak of the divine range. He felt dizzy. Xian Qingyun was shocked. He quickly supported Lin Tian and asked, "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" "I'm fine. Take me back to my residence." Lin Tian shook his head. Xian Qingyun nodded. He supported Lin Tian and quickly returned to the residence in the outer court. After returning to his residence, Lin Tian immediately crouched down and circulated the meridian of 4 extremities to heal his injuries. Xian Qingyun looked around cautiously with a vigilant face. Lin Tian did not open his eyes until night fell. "Brother-in-law." Xian Qingyun walked over. "How do you feel?" "I'm almost done." Lin Tian now. Lin Tian stood up. He washed up and changed into a new set of clothes. Only then did he look better. At this time, the sky had completely darkened. "Sorry to trouble you again." Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun and said, "Of course not. You're my brother-in-law. It's my duty to protect you. It's the same as protecting my sister." Xian Qingyun shook his head. Then, he leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "By the way, what's going on, brother-in-law? We met some people from the Ling family. Lin Feng led them here. Then, you know what happened?" Lin Tian now. Xian Qingyun was shocked. Then, he said angrily, "Lin Feng, that bastard! How dare he attack us in public?" Lin Tian smiled and didn't say anything. He would deal with the Lin family, Lin Feng, and Su Huarong one by one. "By the way, did you watch the whole day at the illusory killing hall?" He looked at Xian Qingyun and asked. "Brother-in-law, you dumped me. I can't help it. It's good to watch the competition." Xian Qingyun rolled his eyes. Lin Tianyi smiled. "And then? After that, I felt that the difference between me and those fellows was too great. The divine vein realm, I yearned for it." Xian Qingyun curled his lips. Lin Tian smiled and said, "Don't mind them, most of them are older than you." After pausing for a moment, he said, "Why don't you just stay at my place for the time being? I'll inscribe spirit-gathering runes for you. It can increase your cultivation speed by 2 folds. "Really? Really?" Xian Qingyun was overjoyed. "That's great! Thank you, brother-in-law! Brother-in-law, you're the best!" A rune like the spirit-gathering rune would cost at least a few thousand spirit coins in the market. Moreover, most of the time, one couldn't buy it even if one had the money. Right now, an array controller had specially inscribed spirit-gathering runes for him. This treatment was truly indescribable. Even the future successors of the 3 great clans didn't have such benefits. Lin Tian, the last sentence of, "Brother-in-law, you're the best," made his scalp tingle. There were still quite a number of materials in the stone ring. Lin Tian's injuries had basically healed. He immediately took out the materials and quickly inscribed dozens of spirit-gathering runes. He then casually tossed 10 of them to Xian Qingyun. Right now, with his array controller skills that were close to the 4th level standard, it was naturally very easy for him to inscribe 2nd level spirit-gathering runes. Lin Tian now. "With your current realm, it's fine to use 1 rune each time." "Okay, brother-in-law," Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian nodded and said, "Don't think about going to the cultivation area to train for the next few days. To the current you, there isn't much use for you to go there. Right now, you should raise your cultivation level to the 9th level of the refinement realm first." "Okay," Xian Qingyun said. It was already midnight. Immediately, Xian Qingyun circulated his cultivation technique and activated a spirit-gathering rune to cultivate. Lin Tian watched Xian Qingyun cultivate. After a while, he nodded. After a pause, he walked to the other side and activated 2 spirit-gathering runes. Instantly, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth and the power of the stars gushed over continuously. "Lin family, Lin Feng." Lin Tianling smiled. He didn't put Su Huarong in his eyes at all. To him, Su Huarong was merely a jumping clown. The so-called rank 3 array manipulation master didn't have the slightest bit of deterrence to him. After all, his array manipulation technique was even stronger than Su Huarong's. Right now, he only cared about the Lin family and Lin Feng. With a slightly cold expression, Lin Tian closed his eyes and used the condensed spiritual energy to construct the 5th divine meridian. The night passed very quickly. The next day, Lin Tian stood up and felt much better. The 5th divine meridian was almost half completed. For the 5th divine meridian, he chose the part from the head to the lungs. Now that the 5th divine meridian was half completed, he felt that his breathing was much smoother. Walking out of his residence, Lin Tian faced the morning sun and breathed. After about half an hour, he stopped. Glancing around his residence, Lin Tian saw that Xian Qingyun was still cultivating. He could not help but nod slightly. He was very satisfied with Xian Qingyun's diligence. It seemed that this guy would have great achievements in the future. On this day, Lin Tian went to the Disciples' Pavilion to refresh his Imperial Courtyard nameplate. Then, he walked to the Imperial Courtyard's cultivation area. He had already been to the Wild Sand World and the Rapid Torrent. Now, he planned to go to the Pulse Condensation Cave to take a look. The pulse condensation cave was a place that only the disciples of the inner yard and the king's yard were qualified to enter. It was said that there were several spirit meridians gathered under it. The spiritual energy there was shocking. Cultivating in it could greatly increase the speed of one's divine meridian construction. Lin Tian defeated Mu Zixiang and became an inner yard disciple. Now, he could cultivate in the pulse condensation cave for 5 days every month. After about an hour, Lin Tian arrived at the entrance of the pulse condensation cave. "I want to go in and cultivate." Lin Tian handed over his imperial courtyard nameplate to the deacon guarding the entrance of the pulse condensation cave. The pulse condensation cave was different from the wild sand world and the rapid torrent. There were special imperial courtyard powerhouses guarding the pulse condensation cave. If an inner yard disciple or king's yard disciple wanted to enter to cultivate, they had to first greet the deacon. The deacon glanced at Lin Tian's nameplate and nodded. "Go in, there is a spot available." Lin Tian took back his nameplate and stepped into the pulse condensation cave. As soon as Lin Tian stepped into the pulse condensation cave, he immediately felt the difference between this place and the outside world. The spiritual energy inside was too dense, about 5 to 6 times stronger than the outside world. Suppressing his surprise, Lin Tian looked around and found that the pulse condensation cave was not big. It was about 100 square meters and there were 10 small caves inside. The pulse condensation cave can accommodate up to 10 people at the same time. So that's how it is, Lin Tian muttered to himself. Without paying too much attention, Lin Tian quickly arrived at the spacious small cave. This small cave was about 10 square meters and had a wooden door. After Lin Tian entered the small cave, he closed the wooden door. After taking a deep breath, he sat down cross-legged. The 4 extremes scripture started to circulate. Instantly, waves of spiritual energy surged from the ground. What powerful spiritual energy! Lin Tian was surprised. The intensity of spiritual energy in the pulse condensation cave was even more shocking than when he used the 2 spirit-gathering runes in the outside world. After a pause, Lin Tian took out the 2 spirit-gathering runes from the stone ring and started to inscribe them beside him. In an instant, even more shocking spiritual energy swept over. The density of spiritual energy had increased by more than 2 times compared to before, causing Lin Tian's eyes to light up. I can actually use the spirit-gathering runes in here. This is great. Lin Tian was secretly delighted. The spiritual energy in the pulse condensation cave was already very shocking. After using the spirit-gathering runes to amplify it, it had increased by 2 times. This way, the speed of his divine meridian's construction would increase even more. How could he not be surprised? Immediately, Lin Tian took a deep breath and quickly circulated the 4 extremes scripture to construct the 5th divine meridian. At this moment, the spiritual energy gathered around him was extremely dense. It was much easier for him to construct the divine meridian compared to usual. Moreover, the pain he felt was greatly reduced. Regarding this, Lin Tian naturally wouldn't waste a single second. As he circulated the 4 extremes scripture, he quickly connected the meridians on the 5th divine meridian with his Tao acupoint. Buzz! A faint glow lingered around him, bringing with it a hint of blood-red color. It was slowly becoming stronger. For the next few days, Lin Tian immersed himself in cultivation. As the spiritual energy in the pulse condensation cave was too dense, after he activated the spirit-gathering runes, the construction of the divine meridian became much easier and faster. Of course, while cultivating in the pulse condensation cave, he also started to truly cultivate the Nirvana fist art. This explosive martial skill suited his taste very well. Unknowingly, a month passed by quickly. On this day, a tyrannical wave spread out in the pulse condensation cave and didn't dissipate for a long time. Huff! In a small cave, Lin Tian let out a long breath. His eyes were shining brightly. That tyrannical wave naturally spread out from his body. After a month of cultivation, he finally broke through to the 5th firmament of the divine meridian after spending 4 days and 11 hours cultivating in the pulse condensation cave. Standing up, Lin Tian clenched his fists and took another deep breath. Immediately, Lin Tian felt the true essence in his body become denser. His breathing also became more distant and long. Very good! Clenching his fists, Lin Tian was pleasantly surprised. He felt that his combat strength and physique had improved by a lot. After this, he used up the last 2 hours of cultivation time in the pulse condensation cave. With the support of such a high level of spiritual energy, he consolidated his cultivation at the 5th firmament of the divine meridian. Only then did he walk out of the pulse condensation cave and return to his residence. When he returned to his residence, Xian Qingyun had just finished cultivating. Brother-in-law, it's too boring to cultivate non-stop for a month. Why don't we go to the Beast Devil Ridge to train? There's a lot of good stuff in there, Xian Qingyun said. 3 days ago, with the help of the Spirit Gathering Rune, Xian Qingyun stepped into the 9th firmament of the body refinement realm. He wanted to go to the Beast Devil Ridge to give it a try. Lin Tian thought about it and said, "All right." To be honest, after cultivating in the Imperial Courtyard for an entire month, he also felt that it was a bit boring. On this night, Lin Tian woke Xian Qingyun up. He then left the Imperial Courtyard and headed to the Beast Devil Ridge. The reason why they went at night was because Lin Tian didn't want to be found out by the Ling family and cause trouble for him. He wasn't afraid of them, but with Xian Qingyun, he had to be more careful. Not long after, the two arrived at the Beast Devil Ridge. The Beast Devil Ridge covered a large area. It was even larger than the Dark Forest in Fengjian City. It was the most popular place for many martial artists to train. Moreover, there were many treasures in the Beast Devil Ridge. There was once an expert who found a kind of spiritual plant. Later, that spiritual plant was auctioned at the treasure loft for a high price of millions of spirit coins. There are real demonic beasts inside. They are different from the demonic beasts created by the illusionary killing array. After we go in, follow me closely, Lin Tian said to Xian Qingyun. Yes, brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun nodded repeatedly. He stared at the Beast Devil Ridge with an excited expression. Chapter 159. Remember the literature building in a second, providing you with wonderful novels to read. The demonic beast's ridge was already a little dim, and now that it was nighttime, only a little starlight shone through the gaps in the forest, making the demonic beast's ridge seem even darker. Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun entered, and suddenly, a burst of beast roars entered their ears, and the demonic aura in the air was shockingly dense. The periphery is filled with level 1 and level 2 demonic beasts. Let's go deeper. Lin Tian now. Understood. Xian Qingyun nodded. The demonic beasts in the periphery of the demonic beast's ridge were very weak, and even Xian Qingyun could easily defeat them, so it was meaningless for them to move around. Immediately, Lin Tian led Xian Qingyun into the depths of the demonic beast's ridge, and soon they were about 1,000 feet deep. Roar! Following a loud roar, a demonic beast rushed from the side. It was a level 3 peak demonic beast, with red hair all over its body, and a ferocious look in its eyes. I'll leave it to you, Lin Tian said to Xian Qingyun. A level 3 peak demonic beast was comparable to a human at the 9th sky of body refinement, so it was best for Xian Qingyun to practice on. Okay, brother-in-law, Xian Qingyun said, and immediately went forward. Suddenly, sword light flashed, and after a quarter of an hour, Xian Qingyun killed the demonic beast on the spot. Lin Tian went forward and took out the beast core of the demonic beast, and casually threw it to Xian Qingyun, saying, There are too many moves in a battle, flashy but useless, and a waste of true essence. Remember, during a battle, the most important thing is to defeat the opponent. If you can kill the opponent in one blow, don't use a second move. Too many moves will only consume your essence, chi, and spirit. Other than that, they are useless. Xian Qingyun nodded, and said seriously, I'll remember, brother-in-law. Good, continue. Lin Tian now. This place was about 1,000 feet away from the edge of the demonic beast's ridge, and almost all of them were level 3 demonic beasts. Lin Tian took Xian Qingyun together, searching for demonic beasts to fight in this area, and a night quickly passed. In this night, Xian Qingyun killed a total of 6 peak level 3 demonic beasts, and he was so tired that he was panting. "Brother-in-law, I'll take a rest." After saying that, Xian Qingyun sat down on the ground. Lin Tian jumped down from the thick branches of an old tree and smiled faintly. Speaking of which, Xian Qingyun's battle prowess was not bad compared to other warriors of the same level. He was very strong. Glancing at Xian Qingyun, Lin Tian took a deep breath and began to circulate the true essence in his body into his right fist, cultivating the Nirvana fist art. After his cultivation had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the divine vein, Lin Tian felt that his body was almost comparable to a 9th heavenly layer divine vein expert. He was much stronger than before. At this time, he could truly begin to cultivate the Nirvana fist art. He didn't need to worry that his body couldn't withstand the violent Jinyuan after it was compressed. As the true essence in his body gradually gathered at the tip of his fist faintly glowed. A terrifying aura spread out, making a buzzing sound. "Brother-in-law! You are..." Xian Qingyun was shocked. "Training in fist techniques," Lin Tian said. After saying that, Lin Tian shook his head in his heart. Compared to the battle with Mu Zixiang, although he had gathered more true essence at the tip of his fist, he couldn't completely suppress the violent power. Even Xian Qingyun could feel it. In this way, the so-called explosive power lost its meaning because the enemy could feel it. "It seems that I need to spend more time training," Lin Tian muttered to himself. The sky was getting brighter and brighter. When Xian Qingyun had completely adjusted his true essence, the scorching sun was already hanging high in the sky. "It's noon," Xian Qingyun muttered. Lin Tian nodded. "Let's continue." After saying that, he withdrew his fist force and led Xian Qingyun to the other side to continue to search for peak class 3 demonic beasts. After noon, the demonic beast ridge gradually became lively. Many warriors poured in one after another. Some of these people were purely here to gain experience, while others were here to search for treasures. After all, the demonic beast ridge was not only a paradise for demonic beasts, but it also had countless treasures of heaven and earth. After an hour, Xian Qingyun had killed a few more class 3 demonic beasts. At this moment, a gust of wind blew. A demonic beast covered in black scales charged over from not far away. It had a pair of dark green eyes and emitted an oppressive aura of blood. It opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Xian Qingyun ferociously. A class 5 demonic beast, black elephant. "Retreat," Lin Tian said in a deep voice. After saying that, his figure flashed and appeared in front of Xian Qingyun in an instant. He threw a punch forward. With a bang, the punch landed on Black Elephant's body. The Black Elephant was forced to retreat a few steps, but it didn't seem to be injured. "The Black Elephant is comparable to an expert in the 5th level of the divine range. It has thick skin and thick flesh. The black scales covering the surface of its body are like a defensive armor. An ordinary expert in the peak of the divine range can hardly hurt it. How can such a class 5 demonic beast appear in this place?" Xian Qingyun was surprised. Some experts in the 9th level of the divine range would have a headache if they encountered the class 5 demonic beast, Black Elephant. It wasn't that the demonic beast was a threat to the 9th level of the divine range, but the 9th level of the divine range would have a hard time killing it. "Brother-in-law, should we retreat?" Xian Qingyun asked. "No need." Lin Tian shook his head. He asked Xian Qingyun to retreat to the side and took a step forward. When he punched the black elephant just now, he knew that the demonic beast's physique was very strong. After all, his current physique was comparable to an expert in the 9th level of the divine range. However, his punch only forced the black elephant to retreat a few steps. Such a physique was perfect for him to practice. He wanted to use the black elephant to practice the Nirvana fist art. "Roar!" With a roar, the black elephant stared at Lin Tian with its gloomy green eyes and charged at him violently. Lin Tian didn't dodge and directly faced the demonic beast. He unsheathed the long sword in his right hand and performed the shocking wind sword art. He slashed out streaks of sword radiance which fell on the black elephant. Clang! 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 Lin Tian wasn't surprised by this. He used the shocking wind sword art to resist the black elephant, while silently gathering the genuine vitality in his body into his left fist. After about 100 breaths, Lin Tian stepped back and punched out with his left fist. Boom! An intense beam of light shot out from his left fist. It was like a thick bolt of lightning, powerful and fast. This attack landed firmly on Black Elephant's body. It actually sent Black Elephant flying, and its black scales fell to the ground. Oh my God! Behind him, Xian Qingyun opened his eyes wide in shock. This was the second time Lin Tian had blasted out such a fist-light beam, and it was also the second time Xian Qingyun had seen it. However, even so, Xian Qingyun was still very surprised, because using a fist to blast out a fist-light beam to attack the enemy from a distance was indeed very shocking, and impossible to guard against. Moreover, Xian Qingyun noticed that Lin Tian's attack this time was obviously much stronger than the previous one. It actually shattered some of the black scales on the black elephant's body. Lin Tian stared at the black elephant, clenched his fist, and charged again. Come on, he said indifferently. The black elephant was furious. Its gloomy green eyes turned blood red as it madly pounced on Lin Tian. A new round of great battles began once again. Xian Qingyun leaped onto an old tree. He observed his surroundings while watching Lin Tian's battle. Clang! 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 Lin Tian's sword slashed at the black elephant again and again, sputtering sparks. However, Lin Tian did not intend to kill the black elephant with his sword. He was only temporarily restraining the black elephant. After a few breaths, another fist light flew out. The black elephant screamed. This time, it was even more miserable than the previous one. More black scales fell, and blood flowed continuously. This made the black elephant even more ferocious. Its gloomy green eyes turned even redder as it madly charged at Lin Tian. Lin Tian's expression was calm as he dealt with it with ease. In the next 15 minutes, Lin Tian blasted out several fist lights of nirvana, each stronger than the last. Gradually, the black elephant began to show fear. At this moment, most of the black scales on the black elephant's body had been blasted off by Lin Tian. Its body was covered in blood. Oh my God! Xian Qingyun swallowed his saliva. The black elephant, known for its defense, had been injured to such an extent by Lin Tian. In the center of the field, Lin Tian's expression was calm as he slashed his sword again and again. Finally, the fear in the black elephant's eyes grew stronger and stronger. With a loud roar, the black elephant jumped back and fled into the distance, stirring up waves of sand and dust. Lin Tian didn't pursue him, and 2 strands of dazzling bright light flashed in his eyes. He raised his left fist and punched at the fleeing black elephant follows elephant. Boom! An extremely dazzling light beam with a diameter of about an inch flew out. This fist light was fast and powerful. With a puff, the black elephant was directly penetrated by this fist light 30 meters away. With a bang, it fell into a pool of blood. Xian Qingyun stared into the distance with his eyes wide open. This? Staring at the black elephant's corpse in the pool of blood, Xian Qingyun swallowed his saliva hard again. Unexpectedly, Lin Tian had punched through the black elephant, destroying the black scales on the surface of the black elephant's body. How terrifying was this attack? It was too terrifying. Lin Tian clenched his left fist and showed some satisfaction. This fist technique can be considered as a small success. The Nirvana fist aura that he could unleash now was already very strong. However, when he compressed his true yuan, he was still unable to completely suppress that berserk aura. He still needed to temper himself through continuous battles before he could control it with ease. After that, he could unleash this explosive fist technique without any ripples. Walking forward, he took out the black elephant's beast core. The beast core of a 5th-grade demonic beast was very valuable. Brother-in-law, you're really abnormal. Xian Qingyun walked forward. Just SOSO. Lin Tian smiled. Xian Qingyun glanced around and said, Brother-in-law, let's go deeper. This place seems to be filled with third-grade demonic beasts. The black elephant's escape should be an accident. Let's go deeper and see. Okay. Lin Tian nodded. Immediately, Lin Tian led Xian Qingyun into the depths of the demonic beast's ridge. Soon, they were 2,000 feet deep. After arriving here, the demonic aura in the air was obviously denser, and the roars of the beasts were even more shocking. Follow me carefully, understand? Lin Tian said to Xian Qingyun. There were already many 4th grade demonic beasts here. Xian Qingyun was only in the 9th grade of body refinement realm, so it was more or less dangerous. Yes, I understand. Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian nodded and continued to lead Xian Qingyun forward. Chapter 160. Lin Tian followed the voice and saw a young man fighting with an amethyst wolf. The amethyst wolf was a level 5 middle demonic beast. Although it was slightly weaker than the black elephant, it was still extremely terrifying and difficult to deal with. The young man was already in a sorry state with many bloodstains on his body. It was obvious that he was at the end of his rope. Judging from his clothes, he should be a disciple of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy, Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian naturally noticed that the young man was about 18 years old, and his cultivation was at the 4th sky of the divine range. At this moment, the young man also noticed Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun. He immediately roared. Brothers, help me! Do you want to help? Xian Qingyun asked. Lin Tian thought for a moment and said, Let's help. After all, we are disciples of the same academy. As he spoke, Lin Tian walked out. The broken wound sword appeared in his hand and he slashed at the amethyst wolf. With a clang, the sword was powerful and forceful, forcing the amethyst wolf to retreat. The amethyst wolf was in pain. It roared and changed its direction. Instead of attacking the young man, it pounced at Lin Tian. Clang! In Lin Tian's hand, the broken wound sword vibrated. Instantly, dozens of sword force attacked the amethyst wolf. Shocking wind sword. The amethyst wolf screamed as the sword radiance pierced through its body. It immediately tried to escape. You still want to escape? Humph! Xian Qingyun stood up, holding his sword with both hands and slashed down. Although he was only at the 9th level of the body refinement realm, the amethyst wolf was severely injured and was forced to take a step back. However, it was only one step back. Immediately after, the amethyst wolf was enraged and pounced towards Xian Qingyun. Oh my God! Brother-in-law, help! Xian Qingyun shouted. Lin Tian was speechless. Why did this guy suddenly jump out? It was a level 5 demonic beast. Even if it was severely injured, it was not something that a martial artist at the 9th sky of the body refinement realm could withstand. Thinking of this, he had already arrived beside Xian Qingyun and slashed at him with the broken wound sword. Puff! This sword carried with it traces of lightning. It was both fast and powerful, and with a pu sound, it chopped off the amethyst wolf's head. Xian Qingyun heaved a sigh of relief and patted his chest. Not far away, the young man was shocked. He was no match for a 5th grade amethyst wolf, but he did not expect the man in front of him to kill the amethyst wolf in an instant. His strength shocked him. He walked up to Lin Tian and smiled. Hello brother, my name is Gretchen, I'm a student of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. My name is Lin Tian, and his name is Xian Qingyun. We are also students of the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. Lin Tian now. You're also students of the Imperial Courtyard? I don't think I've seen you guys before. Gretchen was a little surprised. Lin Tian now. It's like this, we're freshmen. Gretchen smiled. So that's how it is. Speaking of which, after the Beast Devil Ridge assessment, I entered this place to train. I haven't returned to the Imperial Courtyard until now, so I'm not too sure. However, junior brother Lin Tian, you're really strong. You've only just entered the Imperial courtyard, but your battle strength is already so strong. Of course, my brother-in-law is already an inner courtyard disciple. Xian Qingyan said proudly. What? Inner courtyard disciple? So fast. Gretchen was shocked again. I passed by luck. Lin Tian now. Gretchen looked at Lin Tian in shock. This isn't something that can be passed by luck. In the past, I spent a lot of effort to enter the inner courtyard, and my ranking was very low. You actually entered the inner courtyard so quickly. Lin Tian smiled, but did not say much about this matter. The danger is gone, let's part ways here. He was prepared to go deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge with Xian Qingyun to broaden his horizons. Wait. Gretchen stopped Lin Tian. You two are here to train? Yes. Lin Tian nodded. Gretchen said, I'm also here to train. Why don't we go together? We can take care of each other. Lin Tian pondered for a moment. There was no harm in having more people with them. Furthermore, since Gretchen had suggested it, he would appear too arrogant if he were to reject her. Thus, he nodded his head and said, All right. Okay. Wait for me. Gretchen said. Gretchen took out her blade, took out the amethyst wolf's beast core, and walked forward. Thus, the three of them went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge. As they went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge, more and more demonic beasts appeared, and they were all very strong. At this time, Xian Qingyun was almost unable to make a move, and could only watch from the side with excitement. Gretchen also found it difficult to make a move because Lin Tian was too strong. The demonic beasts they encountered were all 4th grade demonic beasts, and they were no match for Lin Tian. Junior brother Lin Tian, you're really strong. Gretchen smiled. Not bad. Lin Tian nodded. He had killed dozens of demonic beasts and obtained quite a number of beast cores. Because Gretchen was walking together with him, he gave some beast cores to her. Although these beast cores couldn't be refined by cultivators, they could be sold for a good price. Moreover, they could also be used to exchange for Imperial Courtyard points, which could be used to exchange for martial skills and medicinal pills. Soon, the three of them went deeper into the Beast Devil Ridge. At this time, a strange fragrance suddenly floated in the air, attracting Lin Tian's attention. What's wrong, brother-in-law? Xian Qingyun asked. He had cultivated with Lin Tianyi for a long time, so he understood Lin Tian better. There's a fragrance. Lin Tian now. Fragrance? Xian Qingyun and Gretchen sniffed. I don't smell anything. Their senses were not as good as Lin Tian's, so they couldn't distinguish the subtle fragrance. Lin Tian glanced around. The Heavenly One's soul incantation gave him a strong sense of perception. Whether it was sight, hearing, or smell, they were all stronger than ordinary people. His nose twitched slightly, and he quickly moved in a direction. Xian Qingyun was curious, so he followed carefully. Not long after, Lin Tian pushed aside the tangled branches and saw a medium-sized canyon in front of him. The canyon wasn't deep, and he could see the bottom at a glance. In the depths of the canyon, 3 stalks of green grass fluttered in the wind, looking very conspicuous. Blue Spirit Root! Xian Qingyun exclaimed. Lin Tian frowned. Blue Spirit Root? Xian Qingyun was surprised. Brother-in-law, you don't know? I don't know. Lin Tian shook his head. Xian Qingyun took a deep breath, but his eyes were full of excitement. He said excitedly, It is said that the blue spiritual root is the amalgamation of the earth's spiritual energy. It has an amazing miraculous effect on the formation of divine veins. Back then, someone found such a thing in the demonic beast ridge. Just 1 stalk was sold at the treasure loft for millions of spirit coins. When Xian Qingyun said this, Gretchen, who was beside him, also stared ahead, her eyes full of excitement. Lin Tian was shocked when he heard this. This thing was actually so valuable? Quick, brother-in-law, go and pick it! Xian Qingyun said excitedly. He couldn't wait to rush out, but just as he was about to move, Lin Tian pulled him back. Don't move! Lin Tian said in a low voice. Xian Qingyun didn't understand, and then he saw Lin Tian pointing at a place not far from the blue spirit root. He looked in that direction and couldn't help but gasp. There was a huge sunken hole, and a black python was coiled in it. Its monster body was intertwined with blood-red patterns. Peak level 5 demonic beast, black demon python! Gretchen's face changed. The black demon python was not only a demonic beast comparable to the sixth sky of the divine veins, but also contained amazing toxins. Its strength was terrifying. Some powerful martial artists at the peak level 6 sky of the divine veins were not willing to face the black demon python because it was too dangerous. This guy, has it been guarding the 3 blue spirit roots? Xian Qingyan smiled bitterly. It should be so, Gretchen said. Both of them had an unlucky expression on their faces because the black demon python was too terrifying. With such a demonic beast guarding the blue spirit root, even a 6th firmament divine vein expert would not dare to approach it rashly. It would be very easy for the black demon python to devour them. Now they could only stare at the 3 blue spirit roots, feeling extremely depressed. At this time, Lin Tian stood up. You guys wait here, he said. Xian Qingyun was anxious and immediately pulled Lin Tian. Don't, brother-in-law. Although the blue spirit root is precious, your life is more important. Although Xian Qingyun had never seen the black demon python, he had heard of the horror of such a fierce beast. It's okay. Lin Tian shook his head. He pushed aside the messy branches and walked out, which immediately attracted the black demon python's attention. The black demon python coiled its body, but its head was held high at this moment. A pair of blood-red demonic eyes stared at Lin Tian with a threatening evil spirit. Lin Tian squinted his eyes. It's worthy of being a peak level 5 demonic beast. Its spiritual sense is not bad. While talking to himself, Lin Tian did not pay much attention to it, and walked forward step by step. Seeing Lin Tian coming, the black demon python's huge demonic body suddenly stood up. The snake flicked its forked tongue and stared at Lin Tian fiercely. Obviously, it was warning Lin Tian. Lin Tian did not care at all. Step by step, he approached the black demon python. The broken wound sword appeared in his hand, with traces of electric arcs twining around it. He looked very calm at this moment, but he was very cautious. After all, this was a terrifying demonic beast comparable to an expert at the peak level 6 sky of the divine veins. Its name was already well known, so he could not be careless. Roar! Seeing Lin Tian advancing instead of retreating, the black demon python suddenly roared angrily and rushed out from its original place. With a whoosh, its huge tail suddenly whipped toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian was not in a hurry. He waved the broken wound sword, and a sword essence flew out directly. However, when the sword essence fell on the black demon python's huge tail, it had no effect at all. This made Lin Tian a little surprised. Not bad, Lin Tian muttered. This time, he changed the sword essence into a fist and smashed it fiercely. With a bang, his fist collided with the black demon python's tail. Suddenly, a strong force gushed out, shaking the black demon python and causing it to roar fiercely. Obviously, it was hurt by this punch. After all, Lin Tian's current physique was comparable to an expert at the 9th sky of the divine veins. The power of that punch was not small. With a roar, the black demon python opened its bloody mouth and spat out a mouthful of black poison toward Lin Tian. Brother-in-law, be careful! Retreat quickly! Xian Qingyan shouted. The black demon python's poison was extremely terrifying. Even an expert at the 7th sky of the divine veins might not be able to resist it. Chapter 161. Xian Qingyan was startled. Lin Tian dashed toward the poisonous fog, which made his face pale. Brother-in-law! Xian Qingyan couldn't help but shout. At this moment, an ear-piercing sound of a sword rang out, along with the miserable shriek of the black demon python. The black poisonous fog quickly dispersed. In front of them, there was a deep wound on the black demon python's vital point. However, nothing happened to Lin Tian. Although the poisonous fog drifted into his nose, it had no effect at all. That poison didn't have any effect on brother-in-law? Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. The black demon python's poison was so strong that even an expert at the seventh sky of the divine range couldn't bear it. However, Lin Tian was fine after inhaling a lot of the black fog. Not only Xian Qingyun, but Gretchen was also shocked. Lin Tian held the broken wound sword and walked toward the black demon python step by step. Your skin is quite hard. I can't even cut it. The black demon python stared at Lin Tian with its blood-red eyes. It seemed to be surprised that nothing happened to the human in front of it after he absorbed its deadly poisonous fog. Seeing Lin Tian coming toward it, the black demon python roared again. The blood lines on its back lit up, and more poisonous fog was sprayed toward Lin Tian. Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. He still didn't retreat, but rushed toward the black demon python. When he was in the corrosive poison forest, he was able to withstand the poison of the level 7 poisonous fire lizard. His body had already developed a resistance to poison. How could the poison of a level 5 demonic beast compare to the poison of a level 7 demonic beast? It couldn't do anything to him. Clang! The sound of the sword rang again. Lin Tian gently swung the sword. Suddenly, a thunder sword essence fell toward the black demon python. The black demon python whipped its tail toward Lin Tian. For a moment, the wind seemed to be hissing in the air. Lin Tian switched the sword to his left hand. This time, he clenched his right fist and smashed it down. With a bang, his fist collided with the black demon python's tail. Although there was no visible wound on the snake's tail, the black demon python let out a miserable shriek. Crushing fist, come again, Lin Tian whispered. The skin of the black demon python was very flexible and hard to cut. Therefore, he changed his tactic and used the meteorite shattering fist. This was an inferior divine pulse fist technique. Through the fusion of true essence and physique to a certain frequency, a fist would be blasted out. In this way, after the fist was blasted out, the enemy's internal organs would be completely smashed into pieces. The black demon python was furious. It raised its head and dived toward Lin Tian. It was also at this moment that Lin Tian's eyes flashed. This time, he transferred the broken wound sword from his left hand to his right hand. Then, he clenched his left hand into a fist and swung it at the black demon python's vital point. Boom! An intense beam of light flew out from the tip of his fist, and pierced through the black demon python 7 inches away from its body, bringing out a large amount of blood. Nirvana fist. Bang! The head of the black demon python fell down from the sky. It twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Xian Qingyun stared ahead with wide eyes. The black demon python, which is comparable to the peak of the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm, was killed so easily. Gretchen was also shocked. At the edge of the canyon, Lin Tian looked in the direction of the two and nodded, indicating that they could come out now. Xian Qingyun immediately pushed aside the messy branches and trotted out, with a face full of excitement. Brother-in-law, you are so cool! Just SOSO. Lin Tian smiled. After taking out the beast core of the black demon python, Lin Tian came to the 3 blue spiritual roots in the depths of the canyon. At this moment, looking at the 3 blue spiritual roots at a close distance, Lin Tianji felt that the leaves of the clear spiritual root were green and transparent, and the fragrance in the air was stronger. So wonderful, just like the body fragrance of a young girl. Xian Qingyun was intoxicated. Lin Tian twitched the corner of his mouth and directly gave this guy a slap. Even the body fragrance of a young girl was brought out. Xian Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly. After laughing dryly, he said, The main point of the blue spiritual root is the roots under the soil. Judging from the color of their leaves, these 3 blue spiritual roots should not be fully mature yet. Let me think. We will probably have to wait for more than 2 hours before we can harvest them. Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun with a little surprise. I didn't expect you to know so much. Of course. Xian Qingyun had a proud expression. Lin Tian directly ignored Xian Qingyun's proud look. There was a big rock at the side. He walked over and sat down on the big rock. There were still more than 2 hours before the blue spiritual roots matured. He definitely had to keep guard here. 3 blue spiritual roots, 1 for each of us. We have made a fortune this time, Gretchen said excitedly. Xian Qingyun frowned but did not say anything. He looked at Lin Tian now and said, Brother-in-law, you can take these blue spiritual roots and refine them. The people of that branch will definitely continue to find trouble with you. You should improve your cultivation first. After refining these 3 blue spiritual roots, you can at least reach the 6th sky of the divine range. Lin Tianwei was silent. Indeed, he really needed these things to improve his cultivation. Gretchen looked at Xian Qingyun and said, What do you mean? You want him to refine all of them? I am about to reach the 5th sky of the divine range. I also need these things. You can give away your share, but at least give me my share. Xian Qingyun was a little unhappy. What did she mean by my share? The blue spiritual roots were discovered by Lin Tian. The black demon python was also killed by Lin Tianyi with his own strength. Gretchen did nothing. How could she have the nerve to say that he should get his share? Looking at Gretchen, Xian Qingyun said, Senior Brother Guan, I just said that my brother-in-law is facing a great enemy. These 3 blue spiritual roots are very important to him. Can you stop fighting? Besides, you didn't do anything along the way, but brother-in-law still gave you a lot of beast cores. He has done his best. You didn't do anything either. You only reached the 9th sky of the body refining realm. He also gave you beast cores. What's the big deal? These blue spiritual roots were discovered together. Everyone has a share. We each get 1. Shouldn't we? What do you mean by discovered together? What do you mean everyone has a share? These things were found by my brother-in-law alone. Xian Qingyun was very unhappy. At this time, Lin Tian waved his hand and said, Okay, stop fighting. Since we are in the same boat, we each get 1. Xian Qingyun was very unhappy, but since Lin Tian said so, he did not say anything more. Sure enough, junior brother Lin Tian is reasonable. Gretchen smiled and glanced at Xian Qingyun. Unlike some people who can sneak into the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard with a mere body refining realm cultivation, they must have used some dishonorable methods. Xian Qingyun was angry. How I got into the Imperial Courtyard is none of your business. Lin Tian also frowned and looked at Gretchen indifferently. Senior Brother Guan's words are a bit too much. I think you better apologize to my friend. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Gretchen's face suddenly turned ugly. Why should I? Because you said something you shouldn't have. Lin Tian now. Xian Qingyun was Xian Yao's younger brother. These days, Xian Qingyun was very good to him. He was one of his 2 best friends in the Imperial City. Gretchen's words were obviously humiliating Xian Qingyun. He could not tolerate this kind of thing. What if I don't apologize? Gretchen's face darkened. I'll give you a blue spirit root. Similarly, that's another matter. You better apologize immediately. Lin Tianling said indifferently. Gretchen's face turned extremely ugly and livid. I get it. One of you is playing the good cop, the other is playing the bad cop. Now you're acting like this because of a small matter. You're just purposely excluding me and don't want to give me a share of the blue spirit root. I don't want this blue spirit root. Gretchen's face was stiff and ugly. She stood up, flicked her sleeves and walked away. Lin Tian frowned and then just shook his head. When the forest is big, there are all kinds of birds. Xian Qingyun was in a bad mood. It was obvious that the blue spirit root was discovered by Lin Tian, who then dealt with the black demon python alone. Because the Ling clan had always looked down on Lin Tian, Xian Qingyun felt that it was most appropriate for Lin Tian to refine 3 blue spirit roots first. However, Gretchen insisted on taking one of them. She even thought that she deserved it. Her thick skin really made him unhappy. Forget it. Everyone is different. Lin Tian shook his head. It's best that guy left. Why should we give him a share? It's so strange. Xian Qingyan snorted and then looked at Lin Tiandao. When they mature, we'll pick them and return to the imperial courtyard. Brother-in-law, you can refine them together. At that time, with brother-in-law's combat strength, you'll be able to fight Ling Feng head-on. I'll leave one for you. You can use it to break through to the Divine Pulse realm. Lin Tiandao. No need. Brother-in-law, listen to me. I'm not in a hurry to break through to the Divine Pulse realm. Instead, it's you who needs to improve your cultivation. I don't want to see brother-in-law suppressed by that bastard Lin Feng. Xian Qingyan shook his head and then laughed. Moreover, brother-in-law, when you become stronger, you'll be able to protect me better. But stop it, brother-in-law. If you continue, you'll treat me as an outsider. Xian Qingyan said seriously. Lin Tian smiled and said, All right, I'll listen to you. Looking at Xian Qingyan, Lin Tian was touched. This guy was really loyal. The two of them waited here. Soon 2 hours had passed. During these 2 hours, there were no wild beasts that came to cause trouble. All right, brother-in-law. We'll be able to pick them soon, Xian Qingyan said. Lin Tian nodded and stood up from the big rock. At this moment, not far away, the disheveled branches shook. 3 figures walked out from behind. Oh! It's indeed the green spirit plant, one of the skinny men said. His eyes flashed with a bright light. There was another person beside the skinny man. He was dressed in green and had a cold smile on his face. Lin Tian looked at the third person. His eyes turned cold. It was Gretchen, who had left not long ago. At this moment, he didn't need to ask anything. He already knew what was going on. After Gretchen left, she led the others to this place. Brother Su Su, Brother Li Lan, I didn't lie to you, right? Gretchen said. The skinny man was called Su Su. The other person was called Li Lan. Both of them nodded in satisfaction. Gretchen, we saved your life and gave you beast cores along the way. How dare you betray us? Has your conscience been eaten by dogs? Xian Qingyan scolded. Chapter 162. Lin Tian stared at Gretchen coldly. He did not expect that after saving her life, she would repay his kindness with evil and bring others to snatch the blue spirit root. I should have let the amethyst wolf kill this ******. Xian Qingyan scolded. Gretchen snorted and did not care. Whatever you say. All right, I don't want to hear about your trivial matters. The skinny man, Su Su, stepped forward and stared at Lin Tian. You're Lin Tian, right? You're quite famous in the imperial courtyard recently. Now, we want these 3 blue spirit roots. If you two leave obediently, we won't make things difficult for you. You want it? This is what I found. Lin Tian was expressionless. Gretchen saw it too. She has a share too, Su Su said. Gretchen told us about this place and gave the blue spirit root to young Master Jiang. You better know your place. No one dares to snatch young Master Jiang's things. Xian Qingyan's face changed slightly. Young Master Jiang? Jiang Runwan? Good that you know, Su Su said. After getting a positive answer, Xian Qingyan's face turned ugly. All right, get out of here, Li Lan said impatiently. As he spoke, Li Lan walked toward the 3 blue spirit roots, completely ignoring Lin Tian and Su Su. Clang! The sword whistled and a sword light landed beside Li Lan's feet, creating a deep trench on the ground. Who asked you to step forward? Lin Tianling said calmly. Li Lan's face darkened, and a sinister light flashed in his eyes. How dare you! You're here to snatch my things. Should I stand still? Lin Tian retorted. Xian Qingyan was shocked. He quickly pulled Lin Tian and whispered, Brother-in-law, forget it. Let them have the blue spirit roots. We'll leave now. Lin Tian frowned. Xian Qingyan's expression was obviously not right. As a young master of the Xian family in the imperial city, he would not be too afraid even when facing Lin Feng. However, at this moment, he looked like he was very afraid. Xian Qingyan lowered his voice and said, They are Jiang Renwen's people. We can't afford to offend that person. Can't afford to offend him? Lin Tian frowned. Xian Qingyun looked at Li Lan and Su Su with fear. He leaned on Lin Tian now and said, Jiang Renwen, the young master of the Jiang clan, one of the 3 great clans in the Imperial City. He is 18 years old this year and has a 9-star talent. He is already at the peak of the Divine Pulse realm and ranked first in the Imperial City's Fengyan list. And that's not the most important thing. The most important thing is his other identity. Another identity? What is it? Lin Tian asked. Exactly. Xian Qingyun was about to say something when he was interrupted by Li Lan and Su Su. Enough! Li Lan stared at the two coldly. Then, he glanced at Lin Tian viciously and said, My patience is limited. I will give you 3 breaths to get out of here immediately. If you don't leave, I will take it that you want to be young Master Zhang's enemy. Xian Qingyun's expression changed slightly. He pulled Lin Tian now and said, Brother-in-law, let's go first. I will tell you more later. Stop. Lin Tian now said and broke free from Xian Qingyun's grip. This thing is ours. He said to Xian Qingyun. Xian Qingyun was anxious. At this moment, a burst of laughter sounded. Interesting, really interesting. I didn't expect that there would be someone in the Imperial City who dares to go against young Master Jiang. Interesting. Su Su stared at Lin Tian and said with a smile, Lin Tian, oh Lin Tian, we heard about what you did in the Northern Flame Imperial Academy. We know that you are not easy to deal with. However, we didn't expect you to be so bold as to steal young Master Zhang's things. You are courting death. Guan Yu whispered. Lin Tian was expressionless. He didn't care about Su Su's laughter at all. He said indifferently, Were your eyes eaten by a dog? Or was your head caught by a door? Or did your mother lose her when she gave birth to you and raised the placenta? What did you say? Su Su's face darkened. If you have a brain, you should know that this thing is mine. Now you are the ones who are stealing it from me. Lin Tianling said indifferently. Su Su and Li Lan's eyes turned vicious. You are the first person who dares to go against young Master Jiang in the Imperial City. Su Su sneered. Li Lan's eyes were especially gloomy. A strong aura spread out. Teach him a lesson. As they spoke, the two of them approached Lin Tian. Seeing this, Xian Qingyun's expression changed. On the other side, Guan Yu sneered and took a few steps back. How dare you talk back to young Master Zhang's men? You are courting death. Guan Yu knew how terrifying Jiang Renwen was. Even some of the elders in the imperial courtyard were afraid of him. Moreover, Su Su and Li Lan weren't weak either. They were both disciples of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, and their cultivation was at the 6th level of the Divine Vein realm. Seeing Su Su and Li Lan closing in, Xian Qingyun's expression turned uglier. Please forgive us, we will leave now. Xian Qingyun said and dragged Lin Tian away. He said in a low voice, Brother-in-law, let's go. They are Jiang Renwen's men and they are not weak. Most importantly, we can't offend Jiang Renwen. Lin Tian shook his head. They are just 2 dogs. Don't worry about them. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Su Su and Li Lan's expression darkened. Lin Tian actually dared to scold them. Li Lan's expression turned sinister. Courting death. Li Lan took a step forward and arrived in front of Lin Tian in an instant. He slapped his palm down. Get lost. Lin Tian said coldly. His legs shot out like lightning, kicking Li Lan's stomach. Li Lan screamed and flew backward with a bang. He hit an old tree not far away and coughed out a mouthful of blood. Su Su was shocked. He did not expect Li Lan to be sent flying by Lin Tian with just 1 kick. At this moment, Lin Tian pushed Xian Qingyun's hand away. The broken wound sword in his hand vibrated. Suddenly, a sword force rushed towards Su Su. It was so fast that Su Su did not even have time to react before he was slashed by the sword. Blood splashed out. This? Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. He stared at the scene in disbelief. He could feel the strength of Li Lan and Su Su. It was definitely not something that Gretchen could compare with. However, these two powerful people were sent flying by Lin Tianyi's kick and slashed by his sword. How powerful was his combat strength? Li Lan struggled to stand up. He clutched his stomach and stared at Lin Tian viciously. How dare you! Lin Tian swept a glance at Li Lan and appeared in front of him in a flash. You're a dog for others. What else can you say when you're being beaten? As he spoke, he slapped Li Lan with lightning speed. With a bang, Li Lan was sent flying again. His teeth mixed with blood fell out. You! Li Lan spat out blood. His face was full of shock. What did I do? Lin Tian quickly took a few steps forward and arrived in front of Li Lan once again. His foot viciously landed on Li Lan's chest as he said, I remember that you said you would teach me a lesson. Now I'll return those words to you. As he spoke, Lin Tian attacked once more, and he grabbed Li Lan's arm and twisted it fiercely. With a crack, Li Lan's entire arm was instantly broken by him. Ah! Li Lan screamed. He was in so much pain that cold sweat ran down his forehead. At the same time, Li Lan was shocked. He was at the sixth sky of divine pulse, but he could not see Lin Tian's movements clearly. Moreover, Lin Tian's strength was too terrifying. Li Lan! On the other side, Su Su's expression changed. He called out subconsciously. Lin Tianling glanced at him coldly. Oh right, and you? With a clang, he performed the Azure Thunder Sword technique. A sword light slashed out and pierced through Su Su's right leg. Su Su immediately let out a blood-curdling scream, which made one's scalp go numb. How dare you attack us and steal young Master Zhang's things? Just you wait! Young Master Zhang will kill you! Su Su said fiercely. How dare you say I'm stealing from him? Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. He waved the injury-breaking sword in his hand. Another Azure Thunder Sword aura pierced through Su Su's right arm. Then, he came in front of Su Su and kicked him to the ground. I'll give you one more chance. Who's stealing from whom? The injury-breaking sword flashed with electric arcs. It hovered above Su Su's eyes. The tip of the sword was less than half an inch away from his eyes. Such a scene made Su Su's expression change. Yes, yes, we're the ones who stole from you, Su Su said in a trembling voice. If his right leg and arm were pierced, he could still recover. But if his eyes were pierced, there would be no way to recover. Su Su didn't dare to bet that Lin Tian wouldn't attack him. Lin Tianling snorted. He moved his foot away from Su Su's chest and kicked Su Sun's waist. With a bang, Su Su was immediately sent flying, crashing into an old tree not far away. Oh my God! Xian Qingyun was stunned. On the other side, Gretchen was even more shocked. She didn't expect that Su Su and Li Lan, who were in the sixth tier of the divine pulse, would be defeated so easily. She couldn't help but tremble. In the next moment, her expression changed again because Lin Tian was walking toward her. What are you doing? Gretchen couldn't help but take a step back. With a clang, a sword aura slashed at her. It was as fast as lightning. Puff! With a flash of blood, one of Gretchen's arms flew out diagonally. Blood splattered into the air, and even splashed onto Gretchen's face. In that instant, Gretchen's face was contorted, and her other hand was clutching her broken arm. She knelt on the ground and screamed crazily. I saved your life, but you repaid my kindness with ingratitude. Now that I've cut off one of your arms, you should be content, Lin Tianling said. As he spoke, he slashed out with his sword and completely crushed Gretchen's broken arm. After doing all this, he didn't even look at Gretchen. Instead, he went to the 3 blue spirit roots. At this time, the aroma of the 3 blue spirit roots had reached its peak. Obviously, it was time to pick them. Without hesitation, he used his true essence to loosen the soil and slowly pulled out the 3 blue spirit roots. After that, an even more shocking spiritual aura rushed toward them. Lin Tian couldn't help but be surprised. The concentration of spiritual aura was really shocking. Let's go. After putting away the 3 blue spirit roots into the stone ring, Lin Tian turned around and said to Xian Qingyun, After that, he didn't care about Su Su and the other two and left in a direction. Xian Qingyun numbly nodded his head and followed behind Lin Tian as they left. Chapter 163. Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun left the canyon and came to a spacious grassland. Seeing Xian Qingyun's sluggish expression, Lin Tian couldn't help but stop. "What's wrong?" he asked. Xian Qingyun said with a sad face. "Brother-in-law, we are in big trouble this time." "Because of that Jiang Renwen?" Lin Tian now asked. "Yes, it's Jiang Renwen." Xian Qingyun nodded. Lin Tian looked at Xian Qingyun and paused. He walked to the side and sat down. "Tell me, why are you so afraid of that Jiang Renwen? A 9-star talent is nothing special. Reaching the peak of the divine range at the age of 18 is nothing special. The number 1 on the billboard doesn't mean much. It shouldn't make you so afraid." "Why?" Hearing Lin Tian's words, Xian Qingyun was speechless. A 9-star talent is nothing special? Reaching the peak of the divine range at the age of 18 is nothing special? The number 1 on the billboard doesn't mean much? Thinking about it, Xian Qingyun couldn't help but roll his eyes. Only this person in front of him could say these words so calmly. Sighing, Xian Qingyun squatted down and said, "Didn't I mention to you before? That guy has another identity, one that even the royal family of Beiyan and the elders of the Imperial College are afraid of." "What identity?" Lin Tian asked. He had indeed heard Xian Qingyun mention this before, but at that time, Xian Qingyun's words were interrupted. Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian, took a deep breath and said seriously, "It is said that the guy has been chosen by a sect." Lin Tian was a little confused. "Sect?" Looking at Lin Tian, Xian Qingyun was a little surprised. "Brother-in-law, you don't know about sects?" Lin Tian shook his head. This was the first time he heard of these two words. "I thought brother-in-law knew about it. However, it's normal that you don't know. After all, only the imperial family and a few big families in the imperial city know about the sections. The rest might have heard some rumors." Xian Qingyun stared at Lin Tian and said in a serious tone, "Sects and clans do not appear in the secular world, but they are absolute existences that surpass imperial power and empires. It is said that there are not many people in those sects and clans, but each and every one of them is a mighty one, and there are even airborne realm beings in charge. It can be said that if a sect wants to destroy a big country, it's as easy as eating and drinking." Lin Tianwei was shocked. "So strong?" There was actually an airborne realm cultivator in the sect. He knew that even the guardian of the royal family of Beiyan was only at the 7th level of the Sea of Consciousness, and he was still worshipped as a god. However, there were airborne realm cultivators in the sect. "Very strong! It was terrifying! Anyway, it's beyond the knowledge of ordinary people like us." Xian Qingyun's face was sad. "It is said that a year ago, Jiang Renwen was chosen by an elder of a sect who was wandering outside. When he was 19 years old, he would leave Beiyan and go to that sect to cultivate and become a member of the sect. Once he becomes a member of the sect, he is on a different level from us. Even the imperial family has to be respectful to him. It is because of this that guy is feared by everyone in the imperial city." Lin Tianwei was silent for a moment. So that was the case. No wonder Xian Qingyun was so afraid when he heard the name Jiang Renwen. "Do you know how many sects there are in this world, and which one of them chose Jiang Renwen?" he asked. "I don't know about this. In short, there is more than one sect. As for which sect Jiang Renwen was chosen by, I don't know. Those are all secrets. I guess only the imperial family and the masters of a few big families know about it." Xian Qingyun said. "I see." Lin Tian nodded. "That's right." Xian Qingyun had an aggrieved look on his face. "See, brother-in-law, I already told you to leave. The blue spirit root should have been given to those two people. Look, that guy Jiang Renwen is very arrogant and overbearing. He definitely won't let you go." Lin Tian was speechless. This guy actually looked aggrieved. "Okay, don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. he said. He also knew that Xian Qingyun was worried about him. Xian Qingyun rolled his eyes. It's not a big deal. Of course, think about it. If I came to the Imperial City earlier, Jiang Renwen would have nothing to do with me. Maybe after a few days, when the so-called elder of that sect jumps out again, he will take a fancy to me instead. Lin Tian joked. Xian Qingyun's eyes lit up. That sounds reasonable. After a pause, he stared at Lin Tian and said, Brother-in-law, why do I feel that you are very narcissistic? It's confidence. Lin Tian corrected. Okay, confidence. But no matter how confident you are, it's useless. You are now several small realms lower than him. Xian Qingyun poured cold water on him, which was rare. Lin Tian now. So, now I have to work harder to gain experience. Gain experience? Not going back for now. Xian Qingyun said. It's been less than 2 days. What's the hurry? At least stay for half a month. Lin Tian said. As he said, Lin Tian stood up, looked around a little, and then walked in a certain direction. Wait for my brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun hurried to follow him. In the next few days, Lin Tianyi kept gaining experience in the Beast Demon Ridge, while Xian Qingyun completely became a bystander. Because Lin Tian almost always looked for 5th-level demonic beasts to fight, and sometimes he even looked for 6th-level demonic beasts to practice. In the end, Xian Qingyun completely became the person who harvested demonic beasts' cores. On the 7th day, the two found a medium-sized cave in front of them. Let's go in and have a rest. Lin Tian now. Xian Qingyun was naturally looking forward to this. In these 7 days, watching Lin Tian fight with the ferocious demonic beasts made his little heart beat wildly. Being able to relax and rest for a while was definitely something he was happy to see. The cave was a little damp. After entering, Lin Tian sat down on a gray stone. Glancing around, he took out a blue spirit root from the stone ring. Brother-in-law, what are you doing? Xian Qingyun was puzzled. Refining it for cultivation. Lin Tian now. Xian Qingyun panicked and hurriedly grabbed Lin Tian's hand. Don't, brother-in-law. Keep it for now. When the time comes, we might be able to use this thing to reconcile with Jiang Renwen. If you refine it now, then there's really no way out. Lin Tian stared at Xian Qingyun and said, Do you think I am the kind of person who will compromise? No. Xian Qingyun shook his head without hesitation. Then it's settled. Lin Tian now. Not to mention Jiang Renwen, even if the people from the real sect came and asked him to hand over what should belong to him, he would absolutely not do it. Perhaps in life, one had to know when to advance and when to retreat. But Lin Tian didn't want to be like this. After being reborn, he wanted to live freely and freely. Most importantly, he hated being bullied. But okay, don't worry. It's just Jiang Renwen. Give me some time and I will completely destroy him. Xian Qingyun still wanted to say something, but he was interrupted by Lin Tian. Xian Qingyun had no choice but to roll his eyes. Brother-in-law, your words are so domineering. My sister must like you very much. Lin Tian. Letting Xian Qingyun help to look around, he began to operate the 4 extreme scriptures. Suddenly, the spirit of heaven and earth rolled in. After about half an hour, his essence, qi, and spirit reached the peak. At this time, he put the blue spirit root into his mouth and chewed. Mixed with the amazing aroma, he swallowed it little by little into his stomach. After about 10 breaths, Lin Tian's body shook. He clearly felt that his body was full of spirit energy, as if it was drowned by a flood. Moreover, this spirit energy seemed to have a mind of its own and actually rushed into his meridians. It passed through the meridians on its own and guided the meridians to the nearby Dao meridians. Lin Tian was a little surprised. This was a precious medicine that was worth millions of spirit coins. It was indeed extraordinary. Putting aside his shock, Lin Tian quickly took a deep breath. Then, he used his own strength to guide the meridians in his body, and under this vast amount of spiritual energy, he approached the nearby Tao Yin. Now, he started to build the 6th meridian of the human body. This meridian was from the head to the spleen of the 5 internal organs. Buzz! A faint light surrounded the surface of Lin Tian's body. His aura was rapidly becoming stronger. Xian Qingyun stood aside and felt the aura from Lin Tian's body. He couldn't help but be surprised. So strong! Xian Qingyun's eyes widened. As far as he knew, this aura was comparable to an expert of the 6th level of the divine range. Outside Lin Tian's body, the light was getting stronger. Soon, more than half of the 6th meridian was built. His aura had become much stronger. At this time, the first blue spirit root was used up. He took out the second blue spirit root. Just like before, he operated the 4 extreme scripture while chewing and swallowing the blue spirit root. Suddenly, the spirit energy surged again. At this time, the light outside Lin Tian's body was getting stronger and stronger. Just a little more. Lin Tian muttered to himself. When building the meridians, the body would feel intense pain. However, at this time, Lin Tian completely ignored the pain. At this time, he had already built about 90% of the 6th meridian. There was only 10% left to complete. Brother-in-law, do your best, Xian Qingyun said. He could feel that Lin Tian's aura was about to break through a critical point. Once this critical point was broken, it would be the 6th level of the divine range. Lin Tian closed his eyes. His spirit, energy, and spirit were highly concentrated. He was especially focused at the last moment. Soon an hour passed. Boom! At this moment, a strong surge of true origin rushed out of Lin Tian's body. Suddenly, the surrounding area was stirred up. Xian Qingyun was not far away. His clothes and hair were fluttering in the wind. He had to cover his face with his hand. After a few breaths, the wind finally subsided. Lin Tian opened his eyes and stood up from the gray stone platform. He clenched his fists as a smile appeared on his face. How is it, brother-in-law? Xian Qingyun jumped over. 6th level of the divine range. Lin Tian smiled. Xian Qingyun was delighted. That's great. In this case, with your combat strength, you don't have to worry about Lin Feng anymore. Lin Tian nodded. Now, he was strong enough to fight Lin Feng head-on. Moreover, he was confident of winning. However, Jiang Renwen is still a big problem. Xian Qingyun pulled a long face again. Chapter 164. Jiang Renwen was too strong. He was perfect in every aspect. Most importantly, he was valued by sects that didn't show themselves in the secular world, which made his image extremely lofty. When Xian Qingyun thought that Lin Tian had offended Jiang Renwen, he couldn't feel happy, even if Lin Tian had reached the 6th sky of the divine range. Don't worry, trust me. Lin Tian now. I trust you, brother-in-law, just like how I trust my sister. But that Jiang Renwen is really scary, Xian Qingyun said. Lin Tian shook his head, but he didn't care. Taking out the last blue spirit root from the stone ring, Lin Tian handed it to Xian Qingyun. There is one left. If you refine it now, it should be enough for you to reach the divine range realm. Xian Qingyun glanced at it, and immediately shook his head. What's wrong? Lin Tian was surprised. Xian Qingyun said, It's a good thing that there is one left. Brother-in-law, keep it. Even if there is only one, it may reduce Jiang Renwen's anger. That guy is really scary. Even the elders of the Imperial College are afraid of him. It's okay, I don't care. Lin Tian now. I care. My sister will definitely care. If I can leave a glimmer of hope, a glimmer of hope. If I swallow the last glimmer of hope now, my sister will definitely beat me when she knows. My sister is actually very powerful. Xian Qingyun cried with a long face. Lin Tian was speechless, and didn't know what to say. In the end, he didn't force Xian Qingyun and kept the last blue spirit root. Brother-in-law, are we going back now? Xian Qingyun asked. Lin Tian shook his head. No hurry. Let's wait for a few more days. I want to consolidate my realm first. In the past 2 months, he felt that his cultivation had broken through too fast. Okay. Xian Qingyun nodded. To be honest, Xian Qingyun really didn't want to go back to the college now. He always felt that nothing good would come out of it. Lin Tian seemed to know what Xian Qingyun was thinking. He patted Xian Qingyun's shoulder and said, "Don't think too much." After leaving the cave, he and Xian Qingyun walked out and looked around before heading deeper into the Demon Beast's Ridge. This forest had existed for a very long time. The deeper one went, the stronger the demonic beasts were. "Brother-in-law, take it easy," Xian Qingyun muttered. In the past 7 days, Lin Tian had been looking for 5th-level demonic beasts to fight, which made him both shocked and scared. "No problem," Lin Tian now. About 2 hours later, boom! In an old forest, Lin Tian soon encountered a Class 6 demonic beast. He immediately charged forward and engaged it in battle. Xian Qingyun hid behind an old tree. The demonic aura in the surrounding space was extremely shocking. When he saw the scene of Lin Tian fighting the level 6 demonic beast in front of him, his forehead broke out in cold sweat. That was a demonic beast that was comparable to the peak of the 7th firmament of the divine vein realm. A moment later, a blood-curdling scream rang out, causing the ground to tremble. "Collect the beast's cores!" Lin Tian shouted. After a fierce battle with the level 6 lightning ant, Lin Tian killed it with the Nirvana fist. "Brother-in-law, didn't you say you would take it easy? Why are you looking for a level 6 demonic beast again?" Xian Qingyun pulled a long face. Lin Tian spread out his hands and said, "I'm already at the 6th firmament of the divine vein realm. Isn't it normal to find a level 6 demonic beast that is comparable to the 7th firmament of the divine vein realm to practice? This is already very suppressive. Well, I'm taking it easy." Xian Qingyun. After a pause, Xian Qingyun was too lazy to argue and said, "Brother-in-law, you're getting more and more skilled in this fist art." These days, Xian Qingyun had seen Lin Tian perform the Nirvana fist many times, so he had some understanding of this fist art. "Nirvana fist art, I've mastered about 70%. Lin Tian smiled. "Already 70%? So fast? This is a martial technique at the peak of the divine vein realm." Xian Qingyun was shocked. Lin Tian smiled. "It's okay." Now, when he executed the Nirvana fist arts, he could even conceal the fluctuations of true essence. Of course, this was only to a certain extent. After all, he hadn't completely grasped this fist art, and only grasped 70% of it. Moreover, when too much true yuan was compressed to the end of the fist, his body would feel intense pain. Next, Lin Tian began to go deeper into the demonic beast ridge. Boom! Soon, the battle started again. In order to consolidate his realm and train his battle awareness, Lin Tian mostly fought with level 6 demonic beasts. After every battle, he felt that his spiritual sense had become stronger, and the Heavenly One's spirit art was running smoother. Soon, half a month passed. On this day, at the edge of the demonic beast ridge, Lin Tian and Xian Qingyun finally walked out. "We're finally out!" Xian Qingyun patted his chest and let out a long sigh. He had been training with Lin Tian in the demonic beast's ridge for half a month. It could be said that Xian Qingyun was excited and scared at the same time, excited and uncomfortable at the same time. It was because the demonic beasts that Lin Tian had fought with were all abnormally powerful. Not to mention the level 5 demonic beasts and level 6 demonic beasts, there was one time when Lin Tian had even provoked a level 6 peak demonic beast, which was a tyrannical existence comparable to a 9th heavenly layer divine vein. At that time, Xian Qingyun was so scared that his heart almost jumped out of his chest. Lin Tian smiled. "Let's go back to the college." After half a month of training, his aura became more condensed, and his cultivation at the 6th sky of the divine vein realm was completely consolidated. Moreover, at the same time, he had mastered 80% of the Nirvana fist art, and could perform it with greater ease. Soon, both of them returned to the imperial courtyard. After returning to the imperial courtyard, Lin Tian noticed that many people were looking at him strangely, and some were even pointing at him and whispering, "That Lin Tian, he's finally back. This guy is going to be unlucky this time." Alas, it's said that he offended that person. Many disciples of the imperial courtyard were whispering. Lin Tian's cultivation was now very strong. Although the disciples of the imperial courtyard were whispering, he could still hear them clearly, and immediately frowned. "What's wrong, brother-in-law?" Xian Qingyan asked. "Nothing." Lin Tian shook his head. Xian Qingyan scanned the surroundings. After a pause, he leaned closer to Lin Tian and whispered, "Speaking of which, brother-in-law, I have a very bad premonition. Moreover, why do I feel that the way these fellows look at you is, very sympathetic?" "You're right." Lin Tian smiled. Soon, Lin Tian brought Xian Qingyan back to his residence. Just as he opened the door and walked in, his butt had not even warmed up from sitting down when Su Zhou rushed over. "You little guy, how did you offend Jiang Renwen?" This was Su Zhou's first sentence. Lin Tian didn't pay much attention to it, but Xian Qingyan was surprised. "Instructor Su, how did you know?" "Nonsense, how could I not know? More than 10 days ago, Jiang Renwen asked Lin Tian to go to see him and return the thing to him." Su Zhou looked at Lin Tian anxiously. "You robbed Jiang Renwen's thing?" Lin Tian smiled, but his face was full of disdain. "His thing? Return it to him? What's going on?" Seeing Lin Tian's expression, Su Zhou was a little confused. "It's like this." Xian Qingyan opened his mouth and briefly told him what happened. Hearing this, Su Zhou suddenly fell silent. "Is the blue spiritual root still there?" Su Zhou asked Lin Tian. "There's one left." "Lin Tian now." Su Zhou patted Lin Tian's shoulder and said, "Little guy, although this will make you unhappy, you'd better hand over the last blue spiritual root. In this way, Jiang Renwen may let you go." Lin Tian frowned. "That's mine." "I know, but he's Jiang Renwen," Su Zhou said helplessly. "So what? He's the king of heaven. There's no reason for me to hand over my own thing." Lin Tian now. Su Zhou smiled bitterly. "I know you're like this. It seems that I've come here for nothing. Suit yourself." After that, Su Zhou shook his head and walked out. Not long after Su Zhou left, the two elders, Han He and Lu Lan, came in person. "Lin Tian, what's going on? How did you offend Jiang Renwen?" The two went straight to the point. Seeing that the two elders actually came here, Lin Tian couldn't help but smile. "Jiang Renwen, you're really powerful." Han He and Lu Lan's voice deepened as they repeated, "What's going on?" This time, Lin Tian opened his mouth and gave a simple account of the events that had occurred. Han He and Lu Lan frowned at the same time, just like Su Zhou. Then, the two elders' words were actually the same as Su Zhou's. "Lin Tian, there are still blue spiritual roots left, right? If there are, hand them over to Jiang Renwen. The two of us can go with you. I believe Jiang Renwen won't make things difficult for you." The two of them had great expectations for Lin Tian. Naturally, they didn't want anything to happen to Lin Tian. Lin Tian stared at the two elders. He knew that the two elders had good intentions, but he shook his head. If he were to hand over his belongings, he would have to go over himself. He would never do that. Han He stared at Lin Tian and said solemnly, "Since the establishment of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard, there has always been a taboo rule in order to restrain the disciples. That is, no one is allowed to kill fellow disciples. Those who violate this rule will be killed without mercy. You've killed 2 people in the Imperial Courtyard. Due to the dragon mark token in your possession and the 9th prince's pleading on your behalf, we decided to forgive you. Otherwise, you'd already be dead. In the end, you're still within the rules." After saying this, Han He paused for a second before continuing. "As for Jiang Renwen, the rules of the Imperial Courtyard can't restrict him at all. He dares to kill anyone in the Imperial Courtyard, and we can't do anything to him, nor do we have the ability to do anything to him. Even the royal family can only remain silent. Do you understand what I'm saying? You mean, even if Jiang Renwen kills me in the Imperial Courtyard, you won't say anything. Even if you see him trying to kill me, you won't stop him? Lin Tian asked calmly. Han He and Lu Lan didn't evade this question and nodded. After receiving their answer, Lin Tianji smiled faintly. I don't want to say that it's unfair, because there is no such thing as fairness in this world. I won't say that the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard is Jiang Renwen's back garden. I only want to ask. Lin Tian stared at Han He and Lu Lan. If I kill him, what will you do? Chapter 165. Hearing Lin Tian's words, Han He and Lu Lan's expressions changed slightly. Baidu %search for which God era plus read this book #latest chapters After a pause, the two shook their heads, thinking that Lin Tian was just speaking out of anger. After all, with Lin Tian's current cultivation, how could he be Jiang Renwen's opponent? I don't want to say much about this matter. We're here for your own good. You should know that. Han He sighed. I know, and I thank the two elders for their kindness. Lin Tian now. Lu Lan glanced at Xian Qingyun, then looked at Lin Tian now. You might already know Jiang Renwen's identity. I'll repeat it here. Jiang Renwen, 18 years old, 9-star talent, 9th level divine vein, first on the wind cloud list. Moreover, he's chosen by a terrifying sect. You should know this very well, right? Yes. Lin Tian was very calm. Lu Lan nodded and said, Then, what's your answer to Jiang Renwen? Lin Tian stared at the two and shook his head. Han He and Lu Lan looked at Lin Tian. Seeing this action, a glint flashed in their eyes. If Jiang Renwen wasn't here, you might be the first in your generation in the Imperial City, Han He said. Although Lin Tian's decision was rash and did not know the severity of the situation, how could an ordinary person have this kind of courage? Since you have such awareness, we won't force you. There is still more than a day left before the deadline set by Jiang Renwen. If you change your mind at the last moment, come find us at any time. We will accompany you to see Jiang Renwen, Lu Lan said. As he spoke, Lu Lan handed Lin Tian a voice-transmitting talisman. Lin Tian took it and bowed. Thank you, elders. Han He and Lu Lan waved their hands aside, and then walked out. Lin Tian personally escorted the two of them to the door, and only closed the door after watching them leave. Brother-in-law, a real man knows when to stretch, Xian Qingyun said. Staring at Lin Tian, Xian Qingyun had an expectant look on his face. Clearly, he hoped that Lin Tian would do as Han He and he said. Lin Tian was speechless. Being able to stretch and shrink as you wish isn't a man, it's a turtle. All right, a real man can be both soft and hard. Lin Tian was speechless. Get lost! What kind of nonsense was this guy's brain filled with? Brother-in-law, be careful, you can't die. If you die, my sister will be a widow. Can you bear to do that? Xian Qingyun hugged Lin Tian's thigh. Lin Tian was sweating profusely. I was certain that I would die. If I were your sister, I would definitely beat you to death right now. The sky gradually darkened. Lin Tian finally got Xian Qingyun to calm down and cultivate. He walked to the other side, took out many things from the stone ring, and began to inscribe array patterns. When he left Fengjian City, he bought many materials from the Array Manipulator Guild and the Treasure Exchange Pavilion, piling up more than half of the stone ring. At this moment, he took out some materials, calmly inscribing the simple martial fusion rune and the third-level solitary lock rune. The night passed quickly. When it was almost dawn, Lin Tian glanced at Xian Qingyun, who was still cultivating, nodded, and walked out of his residence. In the outer courtyard residential area, the distance between every two rooms was not short. Lin Tian walked around his residence, from time to time setting a few spots, and then buried some small things one by one. 2 hours later, Lin Tian exhaled a mouthful of turbid air and clapped his hands. Done! Muttering to himself, Lin Tian walked back into his room. Xian Qingyun had already stopped cultivating. Seeing Lin Tian come in, he said, Brother-in-law, why were you wandering outside just now? Isn't it the job of old men with grizzled beards to take a walk in the morning? Little brat, what are you talking about? Lin Tian glanced at Xian Qingyun. Xian Qingyun was immediately dissatisfied. Brother-in-law, I'm only a few months younger than you. That's still young. Xian Qingyun directly stopped talking. On this day, Lin Tian did not walk out of the residential area, but cultivated in his residence. The Nirvana fist art was very special. Unlike the meteorite fist and the azure thundersword technique, the Nirvana fist art focused on compressing and controlling the genuine essence. This kind of thing, even in the room, could be cultivated at will, as long as the compressed genuine essence was not blasted out. Brother-in-law, do you want to go to the wild sand world? Xian Qingyun asked. Lin Tian shook his head and said, Not for now. Why? To entertain guests. Xian Qingyun was slightly stunned, and then he instantly understood. Brother-in-law, you mean Jiang Runwen will come to make trouble? It's possible. Xian Qingyun was anxious. Then why don't you run away? Lin Tian. Glancing at Xian Qingyun, he said, I think you'd better go home first. Xian Qingyun opened his mouth and suddenly shook his head. I won't go back. I'll stay here with my brother-in-law, Xian Qingyun said. Aren't you very afraid of Jiang Runwen? Lin Tian was curious and said, Besides, it's useless for you to stay with me. At most, you can stay here and watch the fun. Xian Qingyun was immediately dissatisfied and curled his lips. Brother-in-law, you are discriminating against me. Lin Tian blushed with shame. No, you think too much. Anyway, I won't go back. How can a real man run away when facing a strong enemy? Xian Qingyun waved his hand. Lin Tian was amused. Don't they say a real man can stretch and shrink? That's a turtle. Can be soft and hard? Xian Qingyun squinted at Lin Tian and said, Brother-in-law, you are such a hooligan. A few black lines appeared on Lin Tian's forehead. He really wanted to slap this fellow. Lin Tian, come out! At this moment, a cold shout was heard. Lin Tian looked at the door. The voice was very familiar. Coming. Lin Tian said to Xian Qingyun. Coming. Xian Qingyun replied, but his cheeks were slightly pale. Lin Tian smiled, opened the door and walked out. He saw two young men standing 30 feet away from the door. They were Li Lan and Su Su, who wanted to snatch the blue spiritual root in demonic beasts ridge not long ago. Have you recovered from your injuries? Lin Tiantan said calmly. Li Lan and Su Su's faces suddenly darkened. A wisp of anger flashed in their eyes as they recalled what happened in demonic beasts ridge. Young Master Jiang ordered us to go see him immediately. At the same time, hand over the blue spiritual root that you snatched from him. Su Su said coldly. His stuff? Snatched? Lin Tian narrowed his eyes. At this moment, the outer courtyard residence was surrounded by many people. The news that Jiang Ren wanted to see Lin Tian had spread throughout the entire Northern Flame Imperial courtyard. Seeing Su Su and Li Lan coming here, many people guessed what would happen. Naturally, they followed them all the way here. At this moment, they were all looking in their direction from afar. Since Gretchen gave the blue spiritual root to young Master Jiang, then the 3 blue spiritual roots belonged to him. You snatched young Master Jiang's stuff in demonic beast's ridge, but young Master Jiang is kind enough to give you a chance to redeem yourself. Apologize in person and hand over the spiritual roots. If you do that, young Master Jiang might let you live, Li Lan said. Staring at the two of them, Lin Tian still narrowed his eyes. Let me ask you one more time. Who snatched whose stuff? Li Lan snorted. You snatched young Master Jiang's stuff. Staring at Lin Tian, Li Lan and Su Su's expression turned cold. Although they knew Lin Tian was strong, this was the Northern Flame Imperial courtyard. Here, they were not afraid of Lin Tian. Very good. I am very satisfied with this answer. As soon as Lin Tian now finished speaking, he instantly appeared in front of the two of them. 2 quick iron fists were thrown out, and the two of them were instantly sent flying. After that, he picked up where he left off and said, Because I was in a bad mood and needed to find someone to vent. Your answers gave me an excuse to vent. You. Clang! The sound of a sword whistling could be heard. The broken wound sword appeared in Lin Tian's hand. With a wave of his hand, dozens of sword rays shot out. PFFF! PFFF! Blood splattered out. At the same time, Li Lan and Su Su's screams could be heard. At this moment, the two of them were in a miserable state. Their clothes were almost completely torn by the sword rays and their bodies were covered in blood. You! Staring at Lin Tian, the two of them were shocked and furious. Lin Tian looked at the two of them coldly. He raised his right hand and a sword ray landed beside the two of them. It slashed a deep sword mark on the ground. If Jiang Runwen wants the blue spiritual roots, ask him to come find me himself. Of course, if you are willing to stand up for him, I don't mind. However, don't blame me if you die. Su Su and Li Lan's faces were pale as they stared at Lin Tian with hatred. Just you wait. After saying this, the two of them supported each other and left the residence area of the outer yard in a sorry state. Outside the outer court, many spectators took the initiative to open up a path. Only when Su Su and Li Lan had walked far away did these people look at Lin Tian once more, and all of them couldn't help but gasp while the shock on their faces couldn't be concealed no matter what. This guy is already so strong? That's a disciple of the King's Yard. He actually. What terrifying combat strength. Many people were shocked by Lin Tian's combat strength. He had just entered the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard and his combat strength had already reached such a level. It was too terrifying. However, this guy is too daring. That's someone close to Jiang Runwen. He's going against Jiang Runwen by doing this. Where did he get such courage? Oh no, fighting with Jiang Runwen, isn't he courting death? Sigh, what a pity for such a talent. Many people murmured. Lin Tian was obviously going against Jiang Runwen. Therefore, no one was optimistic about Lin Tian. This was normal. After all, even Xian Qingyun was like this. Brother-in-law. Xian Qingyun looked at Lin Tian anxiously. Obviously, this guy still hoped that Lin Tian would follow Han He and Lu Lan's instructions. A warrior can be killed, but not humiliated. You should know this, right? Lin Tian now. Yes. Xian Qingyun nodded. Lin Tian smiled. Then it's settled. You and your sister wouldn't want me to be a coward, right? No, we don't. Xian Qingyun shook his head. Then it's fine. Go inside and wait. It's still early today. Maybe you can watch a good show. Lin Tiantan said indifferently. Xian Qingyun blinked and asked curiously. What show? Don't ask, just watch. Lin Tian now. He stood quietly outside his residence, holding the broken wound sword in one hand. He did not move at all. Not long after, there was a commotion in the distance. The crowd was pushed aside and more than 20 young men walked over. All of them were extraordinary and emitted powerful auras. Chapter 166. The expressions of all the onlookers in the residential area of the outer courtyard changed when they saw these 20-odd people. Baidu and search which God era read this book # Disciples of the King's Yard. 25 people! Except for Jiang Runwen, Duan Wenba, and Ling Feng, as well as the severely injured Su Su and Li Lan, everyone else is here. Jiang Runwen is known as the King of the King's Yard. These disciples of the King's Yard obviously don't have good intentions. This Lin Tian is doomed. Someone couldn't help but shake his head. Xian Qingyun stayed in his room and watched this scene. His face turned pale. 25 youths, all of them full of energy, with cold expressions on their faces, directly came to Lin Tian's residence. You're Lin Tian? One of them stood out and looked at Lin Tian coldly. Seeing this person, many onlookers gulped. Liang Qing, 7th Sky of the Divine Range, 4th on the ranking stone. He's not much weaker than Ling Feng. This, many people couldn't help but feel shocked. Lin Tian stood with the lust wound sword and looked at Liang Qing indifferently. His expression didn't change at all. "Why are you here?" he asked calmly. Liang Qing said coldly. "Young Master Jiang ordered you to go. Why don't you go?" Behind Liang Qing, the other 24 people all looked indifferent. Many of them even had a mocking smile on their faces. A new student of the Imperial Yard dared to disobey the king of the King's Yard? This was courting death. Lin Tian looked at the 25 people and narrowed his eyes. "It seems that you're here to cause trouble for me?" The dozens of people were stunned. Then they all laughed at the same time. "You're right if you think so," one of them said. Lin Tian looked over. It was a young man in yellow, about 20 years old. He had a mocking expression on his face. "At times like this, I love it when you come to cause trouble." Lin Tian smiled. As soon as he finished speaking, his right hand shook. Instantly, a ray of sword light shot out. With a poof, the young man in yellow was penetrated and flew several feet away. "You!" The yellow-clothed youth spat out a mouthful of blood. His clothes were dyed red as he glared at Lin Tian. However, in the next moment, another sword ray slashed over. "Be careful!" Liang Qing shouted and slashed out a saber aura from the side, shattering Lin Tian's sword aura. The yellow-clothed youth could be considered to have dodged the sword, but he was still heavily injured. Just one sword strike, and he made a disciple of the Imperial compound lose his ability to fight? Isn't he too strong? That's an expert of the 6th heavenly layer of the divine range. The hearts of many onlookers palpitated. At the same time, all the other disciples of the king's courtyard were shocked. A new student who had just entered the imperial courtyard not long ago actually had such terrifying battle prowess? How could he injure one of them so easily? Liang Qing's expression darkened. "How dare you! You're just a new student, yet you dare to do this!" Dozens of people stared at Lin Tian, their eyes turning cold. Looking at these people, Lin Tian's eyes turned cold. "So what? You came here to provoke me, and you want me to be peaceful? I'm warning you, don't provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll kill all of you. It's not the first time I've done this, so you'd better be mentally prepared. Also, don't be too eager to be someone else's dog." Hearing his words, the crowd of onlookers sucked in a cold breath. Kill all of them? These are all disciples of the Imperial compound. Where did he get his confidence from? Someone's heart palpitated. At this moment, the expressions of Liang Qing and the others were extremely unsightly. As far as they were concerned, Lin Tian was truly too arrogant. Not only had he threatened to kill all of them, he'd even publicly called them dogs. He was truly too rampant. "You're courting death," Liang Qing said. A steel saber appeared in his hand, and coldness spread out. "Upper-grade spiritual weapon," someone whispered. Holding the spiritual saber, Liang Qing directly pressed toward Lin Tian with a cruel and cold look in his eyes. At this moment, the sound of a sword whistling rang out. Lin Tian stood where he was, and the broken wound sword shook violently. Instantly, dozens of azure thunder sword auras slashed out together, closing in on Liang Qing. Liang Qing's expression changed, and he hurriedly blocked with his spiritual saber. Clang! Lin Tian did not stop. Dozens of sword auras pressed down on Liang Qing again. Liang Qing was instantly in a predicament. He quickly swung his spiritual saber, shattering the approaching sword auras. However, Lin Tian had launched too many sword auras. Each of them carried lightning arcs that crackled loudly, making it difficult for Liang Qing to deal with them. Poof! Finally, a lightning sword aura pierced his left shoulder, directly piercing a transparent bloody hole. Liang Qing grunted. He covered his left shoulder with his right hand, and blood flowed out. Staring at this scene, everyone was stunned. Liang Qing, that's Liang Qing, the fourth most powerful person in the Imperial compound. How could he? Everyone was shocked. Xian Qingyun stayed in Lin Tian's residence. His eyes were wide open. How powerful! Liang Qing's expression was extremely gloomy. At the same time, he was extremely shocked. He did not expect that with his cultivation base at the 7th firmament of the divine range, he would be severely injured by a new student who had just entered the Imperial compound 3 months ago. Liang Qing! At this moment, other Imperial compound disciples came forward. Most of the Imperial compound disciples were at the 6th firmament of the divine range. When they saw Liang Qing injured, their expressions changed. Jiang Renwen's dog is so weak? A voice rang out. Staring at Liang Qing, Lin Tian's expression was indifferent. What did you say? Liang Qing's face was livid. He was hit by a sword and called a dog. This made him extremely angry. Did I say something wrong? Lin Tian was expressionless. He pointed his sword at Liang Qing and the other 24 people. Which one of you isn't Jiang Renwen's dog? If Jiang Renwen said something, you'd probably kill your own parents, right? You! The dozens of people's expressions were ugly, and their eyes were spitting fire. Lin Tian's expression was cold and disdainful. At this moment, he was no longer standing in the same place. Holding the broken wound sword in his right hand, he approached the 25 people step by step. Lightning flashed on the broken wound sword, and sword intent spread out. What does he want to do? Could it be? Staring at this scene, all the onlookers' expressions changed. In the next moment, Lin Tian was already 3 meters away from the dozens of people. Then, he directly attacked, and the sword whistled. Clang! Dozens of sword rays spread out with him as the center, slashing at the dozens of people at the same time. How dare you! The 20 people were furious. Lin Tian snorted. He spread out the yin and yang row and instantly appeared in front of a person, punching out. With a bang, the person immediately screamed and was sent flying several meters away by the punch. After falling to the ground, he could not get up again. At the same time, Lin Tian raised his right leg, and a hurricane swept out, landing heavily on the abdomen of another person. Ah! The person screamed, spitting blood from his mouth, and flew straight out. Lin Tian was expressionless. He swung the broken wound sword again and again, and his fist smashed down again and again. He stepped and flashed among the dozens of people. Every time he attacked, one person would be sent flying, or one person's body would be pierced by sword chi. Puff! 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 Blood floated in the air, and screams could be heard from time to time. Lin Tian had reached the 6th sky of the divine range. In terms of cultivation, he could be ranked in the top 5 of the Northern Flame Imperial Courtyard. In addition, his combat talent was amazing, and his body was extremely strong. Ordinary disciples of the King's Courtyard were no match for him. Oh my God! Is this considered fighting the entire King's Courtyard? More or less, I guess so. It seems that he is not at a disadvantage. No, he has an absolute advantage. Freak! Many of the onlookers were almost petrified. At this moment, Lin Tian took the initiative to attack. The thunderous sword force was released, and the terrifying sword essence chilled everyone's heart. It actually enveloped the 20 people of the King's Courtyard. Ah! There was a scream, and another person was injured and rolled far away. Damn it! Liang Qing shouted angrily. With a shake of his long saber, he performed an upper-class divine range martial technique and slashed at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling snorted and dodged the attack. Then he slapped out. With a slap, Liang Qing did not dodge and was slapped in the face. After that, Lin Tian raised his right leg and kicked Liang Qing hard in the chest. Puff! Liang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood. Accompanied by the sound of bones breaking, it seemed that his ribs were broken. How dare you make trouble for me? Lin Tianling said. As he spoke, his hands did not stop moving. He performed all kinds of martial techniques, such as the meteorite fist, the azure thundersword technique, the wind-shocking sword, and so on. The 20 people of the King's Courtyard could not resist and were all knocked to the ground. In just 1 hour, only 5 of the 25 people who came were still standing. Oh my God! He is a monster! 1 person against 25 people, and he can do this. How did he cultivate? He has only been in the imperial courtyard for a few months. This is too monstrous. Many people were shocked. At this moment, some of them could not help but tremble as they stared at Lin Tian. Xian Qingyan stayed in the room. His eyes almost popped out of their sockets. The last 5 people of the king's courtyard stared at Lin Tian. Their faces were extremely ugly, and at the same time, they were shocked. Aren't you here to make trouble? Continue. Lin Tian now. The last 5 people stared at Lin Tian. Their eyes were full of fear, and some of them were even terrified. 1 person against 25 of them, and he could do this. If you don't want to move, I'll do it, Lin Tianling said calmly. As he spoke, his figure flashed and appeared in front of one of them in an instant. He threw a punch. You! Bang! Lin Tian's speed was too fast. Before that person could even react, he had already been sent flying, crashing into the residence of an outer court disciple not far away. He spat out a mouthful of blood and then weakly fell to the ground. At this time, Lin Tian turned his head and stared at the last 4 people. Clang! The azure thunder sword force vibrated violently. He dashed out like lightning, and the injury-breaking sword shot out rays of shocking sword light. In the blink of an eye, 3 people were injured. He kicked them one by one, and all of them were sent flying. Soon, only one of the 25 people from the king's courtyard was left standing. It was Liang Qing. However, Liang Qing was also an arrow at the end of its flight. His face was extremely ugly. At this time, Lin Tian did not make any more moves. Go back and tell Jiang Renwen that if he wants the blue spirit root, he should come to me himself. He stared at Liang Qing and said coldly. Chapter 167. In the residential area of the outer court, all the onlookers were stunned. Not only because of Lin Tian's abnormal strength, but also because of Lin Tian's last words. Love / Asked Jiang Renwen to come and find him? That's too crazy. Many people swallowed their saliva. Jiang Renwen's name was known throughout the imperial city. Even the royal family was wary of him. Even the elders of the Northern Flame imperial court had to give him face. But now, Lin Tian said such words and asked Jiang Renwen to come and find him. How bold was that? Liang Qing's face was extremely ugly as he stared at Lin Tian. You're courting death, Liang Qing said coldly. Lin Tian glanced sideways. In a flash, he appeared in front of Liang Qing and kicked him. With a bang, Liang Qing was kicked in the abdomen and flew out for more than 5 meters. If you want the blue spirit root, ask Jiang Renwen to come and find you, Lin Tianling said indifferently. Lin Tian had never met Jiang Renwen before, but Jiang Renwen's words made him very unhappy. That was why he had returned to the academy and asked him to meet Jiang Renwen. He even asked him to bring along his blue spirit root. Did Jiang Renwen really think he was an emperor? Lin Tian would always be even more arrogant towards such arrogant people. He would never give them any face. You! Liang Qing's mouth was bleeding as he glared at Lin Tian. Lin Tianling looked at him coldly. Don't you understand human language? Or do you want to die here? Suddenly, a cold murderous intent was emitted from his body. Until now, more than 200 martial artists had died in his hands. This kind of accumulated murderous intent was definitely not a joke. It was even scarier than those from the imperial city who had been on the battlefield for a long time. It made Liang Qing tremble violently. Glaring at Lin Tian with a pale face, Liang Qing gritted his teeth and turned around to leave. In an instant, Liang Qing disappeared from the residential area of the outer court. At this time, in the residential area of the outer yard, in front of Lin Tian's residence, there were many disciples of the royal yard lying on the ground. Many of them were lying on the ground, and from time to time, they would groan in pain. Lin Tian was very heavy-handed, and many of them had broken bones. What an eyesore! Lin Tiantan said coldly. As he spoke, his right hand shook, and the azure thunder sword technique swept up a huge hurricane. Bang! 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 The 20 or so disciples of the king's yard who were lying on the ground were all sent flying by this force. Many of them screamed again. Staring at this scene, many of the onlookers gasped again. This guy is so ruthless! Some people felt their hearts palpitate. Lin Tian glanced at these people. He didn't care at all and calmly walked towards his residence. Brother-in-law, you're so cool! If I were a woman, I would definitely marry you. Xian Qingyun's face was full of admiration. Lin Tian. At this time, in the royal yard, in the center of the courtyard, two figures were exchanging pointers on a martial arts platform. Their speed was extremely fast, and the aura they exuded was very strong. They were both at the peak of the divine range. Every time they collided, the martial arts platform would rumble and shake. Another round of intense confrontation ensued. Finally, the two of them stopped. Renwen, you're really scary. We're both at the peak of the divine range, but you're much stronger than me. Haha, you're already so strong at the age of 18. No wonder you're chosen by the sect. One of them laughed. This person was called Duan Wenbo. He was 20 years old and the future heir of the Duan family, one of the 3 martial arts families in the imperial city. Jiang Renwen was wearing a purple robe and looked very handsome. He didn't respond to Duan Wenbo's words at all. Young Master Jiang. At this time, a voice sounded. Below the martial arts platform, Liang Qing had already arrived. Seeing Jiang Renwen and Duan Wenbo fighting, he didn't dare to disturb them. He only dared to speak when the two stopped. Jiang Renwen glanced at Liang Qing. He didn't care about Liang Qing's injuries at all. He just said lightly, "Speak." Liang Qing lowered his head and said, "We couldn't bring that Lin Tian here." He said, "What did he say?" Jiang Renwen was very calm. He said that if you want the blue spirit root, you should go find him yourself. Liang Qing lowered his head and said. After saying this, Liang Qing couldn't help but tremble. After that, the space seemed to be a bit quiet. Liang Qing raised his head and saw Jiang Renwen's mouth curl up, giving people a feeling of evil. Seeing Jiang Renwen's expression, Liang Qing suddenly felt his scalp tingle. He couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat. He still remembered that a year ago, a disciple of the king's compound accidentally bumped into Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen also showed the same expression at that time. After that, that disciple of the king's compound had his limbs broken and his cultivation completely destroyed. Liang Qing, you went with more than 20 people, but you couldn't take that person down? Duan Wenbo asked. Liang Qing lowered his head and said, Young Master Duan, that person is very, very strong. We were no match for him. When saying this, Liang Qing was very careful, and there was even some fear on his face. This was not because he was afraid of Lin Tian, but because he was afraid of Jiang Renwen. He was afraid that Jiang Renwen would punish him if he didn't do his job well, because this had happened before. Oh? So strong that all of you couldn't beat him together? Duan Wenbo was a bit surprised. Yes. Liang Qing braced himself and said. Duan Wenbo touched his chin and said with a smile, It seems that among this batch of new students, there is indeed a peerless genius. He just entered the king's compound for 3 months and already has such battle strength. No wonder he dared to kill Ling Feng's younger brother in public. He is indeed strong. However, this time, he overestimated himself. He dared to disobey you. Duan Wenbo was ranked second in the king's compound and the future heir of the Duan family, but he was very careful when facing Jiang Renwen. Jiang Renwen didn't have any reaction to Duan Wenbo's flattery, giving people a very mature and cold sense of arrogance. Killing a genius may be very interesting, Jiang Renwen said lightly. Then, Jiang Renwen walked down the martial arts platform. Without saying goodbye to Duan Wenbo, he walked out of the king's compound. There will be a good show to watch, Duan Wenbo said with a smile and followed. Liang Qing let out a long sigh of relief and followed behind Duan Wenbo carefully. In the outer courtyard residence, Lin Tian was sitting cross-legged in his room, silently circulating the 4 extremities scripture, looking very calm. Brother-in-law, are you serious? That Jiang Renwen will really come in person? Xian Qingyun said with a trembling voice. Yes. Lin Tiantan said lightly. He alone challenged 27 people of the king's compound, which was a resounding slap to Jiang Renwen's face. He was very sure that Jiang Renwen would come, and he would come with the intention of killing him. Xian Qingyun was anxious. Then why are you still so calm? Why can't I be calm? Lin Tian asked back. That is Jiang Renwen. The peak divine range Jiang Renwen. The monstrous genius Jiang Renwen chosen by the sect. Xian Qingyun said loudly. And then? Xian Qingyun didn't know what to say because no matter what he said, Lin Tian didn't seem to care at all, as if even if the sky fell down, Lin Tian wouldn't be shaken. Xian Qingyun felt like he was going crazy, grabbing his own hair with all his strength. Don't worry, it's just Jiang Renwen, he can't make any waves. Lin Tiantan said lightly. Just Jiang Renwen? Just Jiang Renwen? Xian Qingyun glared at Lin Tian, saying, Please, brother-in-law, that is the Jiang Renwen that even the imperial family is afraid of. The Jiang Renwen that even the imperial compound's elders couldn't do anything to. You actually used just Jiang Renwen to describe him. So what? Apart from the fact that he is chosen by the sect, what else does he have? 9-star talent. Me too. Peak divine range. That kind of cultivation can't kill me. Xian Qingyun. Listening to Lin Tian's words, he didn't know what to say. Clang! At this moment, the sword whistled. Lin Tian's residence suddenly trembled, and the door was directly slashed open. Suddenly, a gust of wind rolled in from the outside, shaking Xian Qingyun a few steps away. This is... Xian Qingyun's face turned pale immediately. Lin Tianan smiled indifferently, stood up at this moment, and walked out of the broken room. Looking around, he saw 3 young men standing not far away. The one in the middle was dressed in purple, looking very handsome and extraordinary. He was the kind of man who could instantly attract other people's attention. With just a glance, Lin Tian knew that this young man in purple should be the so-called Jiang Renwen. Staring at Jiang Renwen, Lin Tian felt a trace of sword qi remaining. Obviously, the sword just now was made by this Jiang Renwen. Didn't your parents teach you how to knock on the door? Or didn't your parents teach you? Lin Tiantan said lightly. In the residential area of the outer compound, many onlookers collectively gasped and were almost petrified on the spot. He dared to insult that Jiang Renwen. Crazy. He's really crazy. Damn, it's the first time I've seen such a crazy person, really. I don't know what to say. Many people felt a chill down their backs. Jiang Renwen stared at Lin Tian, his eyes narrowed, looking extremely strange, and there was a trace of sinister light flashing in them. Next to Jiang Renwen, Duan Wenba looked at Lin Tian with a look of interest. Presumptuous! Behind the two, Liang Qin couldn't help but shout. Lin Tian glanced at Liang Qin. Before the master speaks, a dog better shut up, this is the standard of a dog. You! Liang Qin glared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists. At this moment, Jiang Renwen's voice sounded. He's right, get out of here. Saying that, Jiang Renwen waved his hand behind him, and suddenly, the wind of the sword rolled up and directly sent Liang Qin flying. With a bang, Liang Qin crashed into the residence of an outer courtyard disciple in the distance, and immediately coughed out a mouthful of blood. After a few breaths, he struggled to stand up and said with his head lowered, I'm sorry, young Master Jiang, Liang Qin was wrong. Lin Tian swept a glance at Liang Qin. Is it interesting to go to this extent as a human? Liang Qin glared at Lin Tian, clenching his fists tightly. Lin Tian moved his gaze away, falling on Jiang Renwen. That casual palm just now allowed him to see Jiang Renwen's strength clearly. Indeed, he was very strong, very terrifying. Jiang Renwen stood there calmly, staring at Lin Tian. My blue spirit root, give it to me. I found the blue spirit root in the demonic beast ridge, and you say it's yours? Lin Tiantan laughed. Jiang Renwen put his hands behind his back, calmly saying, If I say it's yours, then take it out. And after taking it out? Lin Tian asked. Jiang Renwen was still calm, indifferently saying, "Kill yourself, or be killed by me." Lin Tian suddenly laughed. His laughter was impudent, full of disdain. He raised his long sword, pointing it straight at Jiang Renwen, and in an instant the sword whistled. "You try." You're tuning into the Phoenix Knights YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.